So right in front of my room, which is 113, is also another room. It's currently vacant. So guys, I think the place is really beautiful and very serene. The place is very quiet so far. So let's speak to someone who works here. At least we get to understand the story and everything. Let's go. Oh, hello. Oh, you're the lady I met at the reception.
Yes, please.
Oh, good to see you.
Good to see
so
you.
I have been here for some time, just like few hours, and I want to know what's special about this place.
Well, the most special thing about Mahogany is the African touch.
Okay.
Yes. When you look around, most of our things are done with mahogany woods, and the serene and quiet environment gives it that special touch. Because most people come here not because they just want to hide away from the noise and then the stress from work. Just come here, hide, and then some too come here just away from their kids. to have a quiet time.
And one of the things that I also like is the fact that it's in Accra.
Yes.
So it was very easy to get here. Most of the time you see places like this outside Accra.
Yes, please.
You barely see like places with a wooden touch and all that in Accra. Oh, nice. So how many rooms do you have here?
We have in all 29 rooms.
29.
Actually, this is the main building, and we have the annex, which is just opposite the main building. So there are 14 rooms in the main building, and there are 15 rooms in the annex building.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we have a mango room, restaurant, and then mango bar. Just as the name goes, is also our local something, you know, mango fruit.
Mango fruit, yeah.
Our restaurant and bar is named after the mango fruit.
Was a mango plant planted around or something?
No, really, to be precise. And then our conference rooms too are named Dromo and then Pehe conference room.
Okay.
So basically, it's just the African feel of the place. Yes, that makes it special from others.
Okay. So what would you like to tell anyone watching this video?
Well, what I want to say to anyone watching this video at this point in time is you shouldn't miss the opportunity to experience the feeling at Mahogany Lodge. It's unique and exquisite. We look forward to welcoming you.
Thank you. I'm here with Henrietta, and we hope to enjoy our stay here.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, darling. Let me leave you so that your boss will not come and get you. So guys, wow. So you heard from her. Let's enjoy the place with you. You know, whenever I travel, I can't say I'm not coming along with you. You are coming with me on this. So let's go and enjoy. So we are going for dinner. Our dinner is ready. Hi, Hetty. And so this is how I'm dressed. Hetty, show them how I look.
Let me show ya. Damn.
So I'm having chicken lice soup with white steamed rice. What are you having?
Hi. So I'm having potatoes with beef stew with some vegetables. Looks
good.
Really good. I can't wait to start.
So we are having dinner and a beautiful view.
Good morning.
Hi, darling.
Hey, good morning.
So it's time for breakfast, and I'm having regular English breakfast, which is on the house.
Yes.
So it's
Complimentary.
complimentary breakfast. It's bed and breakfast. You are invited. Hi Hetty.
Hey.
Let's see how you look. Are you ready to swim?
I'm so ready.
Thank God for the sun today because we've been waiting for the sun
Forever.
I can't wait to dip my skin into this pool.
I know.
The pool is calling. The pool is. So
Wait,
yeah, it's time to dip my skin into the pool, and this is how I look. Let me know in the comment section if I look sexy. Hi Henrietta.
Hi, Stella.
So the pool is so warm and it's so clean. Woo. Well, congratulations. Congratulations on your first attempt. This is so fun. All by ourselves. Oh my god, this is so cool.
Guys, join us.
Let's do this.
Cheers, Marika.
Cheers, Stella. Comes with a TV, a dining table and chair, the bedroom, and let's see the balcony. Ooh. So this place is the perfect place to read, to soak some energy, you know, take some cool pictures, which I'm going to definitely take. So if you're not following me on Instagram, kindly do so on Stella Chanelli. And this is the view from the balcony. Thank you so much. My banku and tilapia is here. This is my favorite part. So you're all invited to satisfy this community system. Amen. Let's try their banku and tilapia for the first time. The tilapia is fresh. Just look at this. Look at how white it looks. And it tastes so good. How's the jollof?
Nice. It feels different. I don't know how to describe it.
Thank you very much. This tilapia, I think, is the best I've had in Accra. It's really, really good. You can try my tilapia. Try it and let me know what you think. You can add some sauce, pepper sauce. It's nice, right?
Really nice.
So guys, whenever you come here, I think if you're a tilapia person or a banku person, you can have tilapia with maybe rice or anything. Opt for tilapia because I think it's really worth it here. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I know, right? I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting our entire experience. So guys, we are here to talk about this place and our honest review of our stay here. So this place is beautiful. You barely see places like this in Accra, especially because of nature, because of the furniture used, and just as the name is called Mahogany. So almost everything here, like this wood, is made from mahogany. The main gate is made from mahogany, and I think that gives it an African touch right here in the city, you know. I think the place is beautiful.
It is.
What do you think?
And for me, like, if you know me, the greens, like the greenery, how they have taken their time to design it, and it's just beautiful.
It's beautiful,
yeah. And it's very serene.
Serene, very quiet.
This part of town is like super quiet. So that's serene. This thing, you have that peace of mind to rest.
And the food. Let's talk about the food.
Man, they have it. It's a 10 over 10. Okay.
Yesterday I came, I ordered rice and soup, and the soup was
so good.
It was so good, and surprisingly it came right on time.
It was so.
Breakfast was on time, lunch was on time, dinner was on time. Like,
yeah,
food, I give them.
Yeah, and it's delicious. It just didn't come on time. It was actually really delicious.
It was really good.
Yeah.
And the pool is clean. The pool. I think I wish the pool was a little bigger.
Yes, I wish so too.
Which is my hostess.
Yeah, but it still served its purpose. So,
yeah, it's beautiful.
Cool.
And there is also an annex. So when you don't want to be in the main yard, there's also an annex that has the conference room, and yes, it's right behind you. So yeah, I enjoyed my stay. Did you?
I did. I really did. Like, you guys can tell from the video, really. Like, we had a good time. I would definitely be happy to come back here again.
Exactly. This place is highly recommended. I give it. How should I do my So I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Until next time, do also subscribe to Henrietta's channel.
Yes, go check me out, guys. I make travel videos that you will enjoy for sure.
Peace out. You have to blow them a kiss.
Africa, multilateral relations of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Mr. Mohamed Noumoum, Foreign Affairs Counterterrorism Advisor of the Kingdom of Morocco, technical expert and security, defense ministers of the Accra Initiative and countries accredited and partners, members of the diplomatic corps, ministers of foreign affairs, defense and security, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Akwaba, bienvenue. Welcome to this beautiful city of Accra as you all participate in this summit of heads of state and government of the International Conference on the Accra Initiative. The theme for this summit, Accra Initiative, towards a credible, preventive and coordinated response to challenges facing the coastal and Sahelian states. During this summit of the heads of state, we would have a remark by the chairperson of the Accra initiative, after which solidarity messages will be taken from the Economic Community of West African States, the African Union, and the United Nations. Report of the ministerial meeting on the technical conference will also be presented to summit. The European Union statement will be delivered by the President of the European Council, while statements by heads of state and government of the Accra Initiative countries would also be taken. Our foreign partners, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Spain, Netherlands, Morocco, and Algeria would also make brief statements to summit before the chairperson delivers the final communique. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to call on the host of summit, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his opening remarks and then also call summit to order. Mr. President, you may choose to address summit from your table. Thank you.
So, President of the Republic of Benin and current chair of the Authority of Woema, the President of the Togolese Republic, President of the European Council, the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, President of the ECOWAS Commission, Ghana's Minister for National Security, Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and other ministers of state, British Minister for the Armed Forces, the German Deputy Foreign Minister, representatives of governments and regional, continental, and international organizations, members of the diplomatic corps, invited guests, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people and government of Ghana, I welcome you all to the vibrant capital of Ghana, Accra, for the maiden high-level counterterrorism conference of the Accra Initiative. As we say in Ghana, Akwaba, our word of welcome. You're amongst the people who pride themselves on their sense of hospitality, and I hope that by the end of your visit, you will agree with this claim. I must perforce acknowledge the support of the European Union for the holding of this conference, which has witnessed the attendance of the President of the European Council himself, my good friend, His Excellency Charles Michel. I express my great appreciation to all friends and partners of the Accra Initiative in and out of Africa for responding to the call to participate in this all-important conference. In particular to my respected brother, the President of the Republic of Benin and current chair of the Authority of Woema, His Excellency Patrice Talon, a young doyen, the President of the Togolese Republic, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé, the Prime Minister of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency Patrick Achi, the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Joachim de Tambele, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Dr. Omar Aliou Touré, the British Minister for the Armed Forces, the Right Honourable James Hickey, the German Deputy Foreign Minister, Frau Katja Kuhl, and other representatives of governments and regional, continental, and international organizations. Your presence attests to your commitment to helping accelerate efforts at national, regional, continental, and global levels require not only to diagnose and identify the daunting security challenges that confront our contemporary world, but also to fashion out solutions to resolving them. Excellencies, I say nothing new when I say that West Africa continues to suffer from the effects of the scourge of terrorism and violent extremism, spreading rapidly across the region. Indeed, as recent events continue to render the Sahelian countries of West Africa epicenters of terrorism, we continue to watch in angst how the activities of terrorist and extremist groups have resulted in the unfortunate disregard for the national sovereignty and territorial integrity of our states, the painful deterioration of the strength of our democracies, the wanton displacement of masses of our populations, and the needless loss of considerable numbers of lives. Today, the terrorist groups, emboldened by their apparent success in the region, are seeking new operational grounds, a development that has triggered a southward drift of the menace from the Sahel to coastal West Africa. It was in order to curb the spread of terrorism from the Sahel to coastal states that the Accra Initiative was formed. Established in 2017 as a mechanism for enhanced intelligence sharing among member states, the Accra Initiative has evolved in relevance and in stature, capturing the imagination of members of the international community as an innovative, homegrown solution to a regional problem. Comprising originally 5 member states, namely Ghana, Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, and Togo, who were soon joined by Mali and Niger, with Nigeria with an observer status. The Accra Initiative is grounded on the principles of good political and security governance, with the ideals of ownership by and synergies among member states, serving as the pivots around which the initiative revolves. This is why the initiative, even in the early stages of its establishment, proved beneficial in engendering greater responsibility for member states, ultimately leading to the successful conduct of joint ad hoc military operations to flush out terrorists and transnational organized criminal groups from our common borders. It is also important to stress that the Accra Initiative operates on the principle of complementarity, ensuring that its vision and mission are consistent with the counterterrorism frameworks of the UN, the AU, and ECOWAS. In this regard, the initiative should not be perceived as opposed to existing counterterrorism frameworks in Africa. Its preventative rather than reactive approach should thus be viewed as a critical piece of the answer to the overall fight against terrorism and violent extremism in the Sahel and West Africa. Not to blow our own horn, but it is true when we say that the Accra Initiative, at a relatively young stage in its evolution, has successfully demonstrated the imperatives of intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration toward mounting a strong fight against the spread of terrorism and violent extremism from the Sahel region to coastal West Africa. In spite of the substantial progress made, the Accra Initiative is yet to be showcased fully to members of the international community. This underscores the very essence of this event. The conference seeks to achieve 2 principal objectives. Firstly, it aims to draw the attention of the international community to the worsening security situation in the Sahel region, which is threatening to engulf the entire West African region. Secondly, it seeks to shed ample light on the work of the Accra Initiative, identifying both opportunities and challenges which could serve as a basis for forging closer collaboration and cooperation between members of the initiative and members of the international community. This summit of heads of state and government has been preceded by 2 conferences. The first, which brought together stakeholders from academia, civil society organizations, think tanks, and non-state actors from across the world to deliberate issues regarding the threat of terrorism in the Sahel and West Africa, and to share perspectives on the role of the Accra Initiative. And the second, at the level of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Defense, and Security of member states and foreign partners, to firm up outcomes of the conference for non-state actors. Today's convocation will consider the report of the ministerial meeting on the conference for non-state actors towards making commitments to strengthening the Accra Initiative in its overall quest to curb the spread of terrorism in West Africa. That said, Your Excellencies, it will be imperative to touch on the future direction of the Accra Initiative, whilst addressing potential developments that may arise as a result of this new direction. This will be done in a closed-door session. Cognizant of the underlying causes of terrorism in West Africa, the mitigation of which cannot be achieved through military intervention alone, the Accra Initiative should seek to pursue a comprehensive approach that promotes the adoption of social intervention programs to help address development gaps in vulnerable communities within member states. Certainly, this approach will present the Accra Initiative with opportunities and risks. The key opportunity is that the initiative will not begin from ground zero. Through the successful conduct of previous joint ad hoc operations, the ability of member states to cooperate and collaborate amongst ourselves in pursuit of a common agenda has stood the test of scrutiny. We're also encouraged by the presence of existing institutions in member states whose diverse focus and roles can be leveraged to complement the efforts of the Accra Initiative and reinforce the foundations of collaboration and cooperation. To this end, the Accra Initiative, with the support of our international partners, will seek to strengthen these institutions to enhance further cohesion amongst member states. The Accra Initiative has an added advantage of drawing lessons from the challenges and successes of existing and past counterterrorism frameworks in Africa. Whereas we consider our role as distinct, given its preventive rather than reactive dimension, we do believe that our best chance of success will emanate from our ability to maneuver our way out of the complexities associated with such intergovernmental frameworks and avoid the pitfalls that reduce significantly the probability of success for past and existing counterterrorism frameworks. Clearly, our resolve to pursue a stronger operational construct for the Accra Initiative supersedes the known challenges. Our assessment points to the fact that support from members of the international community will be needed, but we remain firm in our commitment to shoulder a greater part of the responsibility required whilst engaging international partners who are willing to respect our status as a homegrown initiative. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, I'm hopeful and confident that at the end of this inaugural conference, we will strengthen further our cooperation in support of the Accra Initiative to address the spillover of terrorism from the Sahel region to coastal West Africa. It is in our collective interest that we succeed in this regard, and we owe it to present and future generations. Accordingly, it is my singular honor to declare the Counterterrorism Conference of the Accra Initiative at the level of heads of state and government of member countries duly open. May God bless the Accra Initiative, Mother Africa, and us all. And I thank you for your attention. So, okay. We'll receive the following solidarity messages, and after which we will go into closed session for the rest of our agenda until we're ready with the communique. The first will be from the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Dr. Omar Aliu Toure.
Your Excellency, President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Chair of the Accra Initiative. It is Excellencies President for Nyasimbe, Excellency Patrick Talon, Excellency the President of the European Union Council, Excellencies, the Prime Ministers, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be invited to this important summit on the Accra Initiative and to be invited to address a message of solidarity on behalf of the ECOWAS Commission. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and to the people of Ghana for the warm welcome and usual hospitality. The summit on the Accra Initiative is significant for sustaining dialogue and cooperation on the fight against terrorism in our region. Indeed, terrorism is without doubt the main security threat confronting ECOWAS member states, and for which a common and coordinated front is required. Initially confined to the Sahel and the Lake Chad Basin regions, terrorism is today steadily encroaching on the coastal states and establishing a foothold in the ECOWAS space. We have seen how sustained attacks by terrorists have destabilized some of our member states and forced the diversion of resources into fighting the menace. This has worsened economic hardships and poisoned intercommunal relations. Millions of people have been displaced and generations of youth have lost the opportunity to have a decent livelihood. It is in view of these devastating effects of terrorism in our region that the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government adopted in December 2019 the ECOWAS 2020-2024 Plan of Action to eradicate terrorism. The heads of state also took a bold decision to mobilize their own resources required to effectively fight this scourge. In adopting the action plan, the ECOWAS Authority affirmed the compelling need for ECOWAS to show leadership in the fight against terrorism in the region and to coordinate the different multinational initiatives on counterterrorism in West Africa. Taking this directive into account, Component 1 of the ECOWAS Plan of Action specifically provides for pooling of efforts and coordination of counterterrorism initiatives. The need for coordination takes into account the fact that the scope and magnitude of efforts required to effectively fight this scourge imposes on us the need to welcome all relevant initiatives aimed at addressing this menace. Coordination will also help us to avoid duplication of efforts and promote the efficient mobilization and use of scarce available resources. To this end, it is our conviction that the objective of the Accra Initiative can be integrated and realized within the scope of the ECOWAS Plan of Action for the eradication of terrorism in West Africa. In particular, the objectives of the Accra Initiative are very much aligned with Component 2 and 4 of the ECOWAS Plan of Action. Considering the difficulty in financing and the risks of duplication and diversion, it behooves on us to find ways to pool efforts within the framework of our common objectives. And as the President of the Commission, I will work with my team to ensure a close working relationship with the Accra Initiative Secretariat in finding complementarities in the fight against terrorism. While we pool our efforts together, we must work as a community to regain political and security leadership in our region and make the fight against terrorism a top priority. As a Commission, we will work to make our counterterrorism efforts more impactful by assisting member states in developing their national counterterrorism strategies and supporting an ECOWAS-wide regional implementation mechanism. In this regard, the next ordinary summit of ECOWAS Authority, which will take place in Abuja on December 4th, will be discussing the fight against terrorism. Mr. Chairman, on this note, I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to call now upon the UN Special Representative to the African Union and head of the AU office to the AU, of the UN office to the AU, to give us the message from the Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Chairman of the Accra Initiative, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of Member States of the Accra Initiative, the Executive Secretary of the Accra Initiative, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, the President of the Council of European Union, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Security and Defense of the Member States of the Accra Initiative, members of the diplomatic corps, my dear UN colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. Mr. President Akufo-Addo, your friend, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, sends you his warmest greetings and congratulations on this important undertaking. I also bring you all the goodwill and solidarity of the Secretary General and the United Nations system. The United Nations has been supportive of the Accra Initiative from its inception and highly commends its uniqueness and usefulness. The Accra Initiative stands as a regionally owned platform for enhancing cooperation and collaboration among its member states in preventing terrorism and addressing transnational organized crime. A point yourself, Mr. Chairman, you have just emphasized. The United Nations welcomes the holding of these summits. The consistent leadership and political will of the heads of state and government is your best asset to address the threat posed by terrorism and transnational organized crime in your region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the expensive nature of terrorist attacks in the region, including on some coastal states, requires a whole-of-society approach driven by governments with stronger regional cooperation and the solidarity and support of the international community. Indeed, the scale, intensity, and transnational nature of the threat posed by international terrorism and organized crime call for a collective response. It also amplifies the importance of regional security mechanisms such as the Accra Initiative. We all have a collective responsibility to act, and act decisively with a sense of common purpose. We commend the Accra Initiative for making significant operational gains despite the challenging environment through enhanced information and intelligence sharing, the training of security and intelligence personnel, and joint cross-border military operations. Looking ahead, while there can be any justification for acts of terrorism, it is important to embrace a holistic approach that takes into account underlying factors which could provide a fertile ground to the propagation of terrorist ideologies, radicalization, and recruitment, let alone terrorist attacks. A people-centered response that puts the well-being of the civilian population at the forefront of all efforts is indeed imperative. Mr. President, allow me to say a few words in French, a language I know you master very well and has no secrets to you. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, L'ONU salue les efforts de l'initiative d'Accra. L'approche globale et intégrée qui la sous-tend combine à la fois les interventions militaires et la dimension socio-économique, dont le respect bien compté des responsabilités spécifiques des différents acteurs impliqués dans la réponse. Les progrès enregistrés sur le front militaire ne doivent donc pas faire perdre de vue l'importance des interventions visant à renforcer la résilience des communautés affectées et à réduire leur vulnérabilité face aux actes terroristes. De même, on ne saurait trop insister sur la nécessité d'actions préventives et d'engagement durable avec les dites communautés. Le rôle des chefs traditionnels, religieux et communautaires, ainsi que des organisations de la société civile, y compris les organisations de femmes et de jeunes, demeure crucial. En étroite collaboration avec les gouvernements, les Nations Unies continuent à soutenir tous ces acteurs afin qu'ils puissent continuer de manière constructive aux efforts de lutte contre les fléaux de l'extrémisme violent, du terrorisme et du crime organisé. Il est tout aussi vital de renforcer les mécanismes d'alerte précoce. Grâce à la CEDEAO, l'Afrique de l'Ouest a été en mesure de déployer l'un des systèmes d'alerte précoce les plus robustes du continent, ce qui est essentiel pour lutter efficacement contre le terrorisme. La pertinence d'une telle approche et de la nécessité d'une réponse aussi rapide qu'adéquate ne font l'ombre d'aucun doute. Car nous sommes bien engagés dans une course de fond qu'il nous faudrait mener au pas de course pour maintenir l'avantage stratégique et réduire la menace terroriste. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the solidarity and partnership of the international community remains critical in supporting efforts by regional security mechanisms and platforms, such as the G5 Sahel Joint Force, the Multinational Joint Task Force, and the Accra Initiative. It is therefore encouraging to see the diverse group of committed partners in this room. However relevant these partnerships may be, they are more effective when premised on meeting the aspirations and needs of affected communities and member states. Recognizing the interventions that are locally, nationally, and regionally owned are more sustainable and more likely to guarantee success, the United Nations looks forward to the outcome of this summit meeting, to pool its resources and join hands with regional actors in the fight against terrorism and other forms of transnational organized crime in West Africa and the Sahel. As part of this effort, the United Nations Office for Counterterrorism, in partnership with the government of Nigeria, will convene a high-level African counterterrorism summit on strengthening regional cooperation and institutions building to address the evolving threat of terrorism in Africa, in Abuja in October 2023. It is also our fervent belief that lessons from other parts of the region, including the Sahel and the Lake Chad Basin, should be used to inform future strategic and operational choices made under the auspices of the Accra Initiative. In this respect, the United Nations support the Accra Initiative. The United Nations support to the Accra Initiative will also be informed by the lessons and recommendations that will emanate from the assessment of the independent high-level panel on security and development in the Sahel, chaired by former President Mahamadou Issoufou and commissioned by the African Union, ECOWAS, and the G5 Sahel and the United Nations. The panel's recommendations will serve as a basis for a renewed approach to address the daunting challenges faced by the countries and people of the Sahel and help to galvanize resources in a more predictable and well-coordinated manner. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers, allow me to reiterate, on behalf of the United Nations, our commitment to support your initiatives and your broader effort and actions in pursuit of lasting peace, security, and sustainable development in your region. And I thank you for your kind attention.
We thank the Secretary General for this comprehensive message. I must apologize that in recognizing the presence of the members of the initiative, I omitted to recognize the representative of the President of the Republic of Niger, President Mohamed Bazoum, in the person of His Excellency, the Minister Delegate from Niger, Yusuf Mohamed El Mokhtar. Minister Delegate, you're welcome. We are now going to go into closed session, and we'll ask the media to leave us whilst we address the other matters on our agenda.
Can protocol and security assist in ushering out the media?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes, I saw baby come on GhanaWeb TV. Just a drip ne dey very tight. Just say yes, I share that. So we can minya bling bianca. Me just say metro diamonds na de but. Wa better say so who make that name say come on GhanaWeb TV. Yeah, ba chrome has say celebrity news, just fillers, trends be akoso na just say near showbiz industry. Just say ama bruni. Ma be sang ni nego man sana watch dey very special. Afi 2022 where the very last episode of come on to say the mebo modin a moon summer bread, just a mean job back or crumple. Where they ain't send me, because I am Mamodano. Mamma, you try when I say a quaba and some day a theatre bag, my best singing in a guamam. Besasa mawakwa baba and komo ho on GhanaWeb TV. So nimse say shade and ye je cause somebody hey. Ya ba be chim. Na what they started there na no baroni. Just nimse ba chroma say near bars or bar hardcore. Hey, you no betro on show fake. Hardest MC at mano. Now only a year Nicholas Duncan Williams ba often say D Wills ni stage name Abonum. Na a year Nicholas Duncan Williams by the munim na kasa. You're very popular now ko social media to ba say no ye video be or sawa be binum chemu or suffer by mama judging. Aha. Omo the nyom be about us, but friend don't judge me. I mamu just say mutumi hwe nipa mutumi just say me gina he mutumi best scan me from me tibe to me down. I say ma bobi bia mam just say ni ho kra na maka. Say be na ya akwa yes me dey akokodi e yo suffer ibe na eye eno bara no no so nim say ono so ni fia suffer wo honom. Wa bom e na wodi nyom bia ba beto abonti na nyom ni de otie mu nsema we de ye ja mama ya mudi kokonsa keka se we nyame na we dey osofo ba na wo yes na fa ni kosi we dey omo direct mama kasanti nyom no mpa bi ntie ya omo the video sanso aba out uko YouTuber obetime ye bi ahwe na video no po release in less than 24 hours over 27,000 views ni ade kofo so ehwe my recommendation just say it's been positive e bi no mu kirema the Wales example or rap anaso to nyom no check cause I say some few seconds and no kwampo end na me say is a style want to mean kire eno na de ye nunu ma na ono asati aseso bia the was me say the voice ba ho kakra binti esi ho no mama amoka so sankanka o ka nyanya obia ne nunu so bi hwe na say o pa na hokope the was na no so da ho yenyum ba nyom ne there has been very good kata sama for say one mo share no mo ka ho asem video no so it was on point and him say no there obeja abide sem polo ato ya pa we so ntin sem ne there doso na ba ko bi catch me attention no say baby anem pass ho obo mpae ho na obo eyi mean to me ke bia na me ma me champagne fushenti onya anyom ni bia akona kotie nti na e kan ne se eye eno baroni ene eye Duncan Williams ba nyom no te atija ankasa Yento aso Black Stars so nim say city ya qualify as a Qatar World Cup 2022 ye bo bi say ma fu chire me enye ba me dem pese me gina ha say san so kabiem say World Cup no e be kwa akogenti anya nie tumi bia mon ti ase mo ne ye nya adwen mon twa na we wait and see na eye nyom yi na say GFA e de official song aba beto me fu chire ma nyom no ente say first nyom na eti na me say mo no ba nyom wo ye bi etie de wan kasa ye kasa rate abe rate ni say na event yasi omo launches official song for the Black Stars no na Moisha Budon ekopie hobi ayen sister Moisha moi na to say she was looking so radiant wash any shirt dress bi na say shorts ka crab and ma bone again na me say no na bi say be bia mo be kasa but she was looking nice or she black braids na she was looking good na blogger GH have I treben no bisa no so moye hu wa che I don't know so but then who akwa but she's coming back. Na ma say eh back you can ye slaying back and I say back to evangelize and as I say na me asem na just say oba be kan na say ni mu hina but na ye ndan say she's in good health hu no so she was having the time of her life into Moisha announce so beba back into mo na avele bia we say ejamu ani ho na ekura yi keche mu nyina mo prapra kwemu Moisha Budon is back. Ayo yentu ankomane so na just says community bebre hihya adekem na metwetwe ma akoma yin kakra na say nya akoye nim na watwi eye tweet ba ko a trending ni modern efi efia odo ai efia chema se de so otna se e kan ne one term card say obetwe ni ho afi sexual intercourse say mpemegori obetwe ni ho afi for some time no ni best decision if ya chirema oti wo to mean card akumpo ate say obi ni edi echi ka fa mana say odi mpemegori hu say mpefo kasa wow so what na making ase if ya chirema just a tafri bomski ne che say ya modi jejemo no de oye bia chan kasa o say is one of the best decision na if you do on the graphic showbiz interview bi no chema o say emerima ba na akwemu but won nyina wo ba akwa to say bi opese they want to get into your pants and say bi on wo bed that by heart rough big keke and as I say if you don't mo say mo twe be na so on if you do twemp na say enya sa na openti emerima de wo ba na akwemu but as agenda no road dross ne sa nyama no se ni nje hunte ama je say zimu hu na make say bi efia she not in a relationship but chema wo ba ni na wo nya adwen papa but if you do twem mo say de imene wo kase ya ye kase o so no de anke ko no kwanka wa ware ma she's living her life as a family woman but mrene na ema but she's saying say ono de member na wan ba na akwema say won sheda anye they are not looking for love simple and short they are not looking for love but my enkwada yenfa we chi cafe na mo pe but on also cheda eno nya ne like she's looking for a very serious man meaning say God fearing hard working sex person I say but sister if you do chema being celibate say what twin hu efi mpemegboru is one of her best decision nti if ya ka say ya we show all the best cause closet now right person and so ebeba and check kwa na say Ghana Law School say pass out fresh lawyers na say that November 13 the ocean kofu status ko social media and just say obia post you be me say hey just money lawyers wo kroma na just say wo frame asem wo call them just say just munyam ho kra na eye Ghana Law School one wo pass out fresh lawyers na doctor say Kwame Despite and back in the say no ka ho say the oye lawyer na no mo ye private dinner be to celebrate na graduation just say why a lawyer na just say ne trace no no sujina hobby adofo ebusuafo father Dexter just say teach you for na dey invited few what do any coach honum and then I can edit chemo so no the very first lawyer e won family no say he feels very proud because I tell focus so and na papa scan na just say bibia just say wo boni din de bia na say wo papa coach but also chema say dey scar wo na say busuani scar wo ho nyina say dey obetumi de ne say sini bo akase ono no ye ebusua first lawyer na Kennedy nso so ekasa no de ehyenkofo nkwan no so chemo so no kwa sometimes ye ne papa si bi o feli bi but ni na odiane na so echo ni say de wa ye lawyer no chema ne papa says brana wa bono ya de very big and I say obi enim ne despite and you just say ni di aheta baby about no so no Kennedy also ne de pa say watumi akonanim abone homo de nyese bia ne papa skenti no so watumi asua de say de wo boni di obefene say lawyer Kennedy or say say ye twaso de ene na ye mami evangelist Dinah Asamoah afi or the Abba Father concert ne share so fefe wo UPSC and I just say eti true for celebrities ne just say fans e pu ko hwe no just wo organize adi fefe na onim say Dinah Asamoah de na say de slay obehwe adaso no ankasa any program won kran krom ha say ene na ankasa obeti ase na dress na just say Dinah de to so ne de oh mama Dinah 2 more 4 more for mama Dinah just say to do more I make na nkofoka me nka ho asem ko my show yanto ngomano so na evangelist dress no de copy e ni show yase na wa hu say red dress yi or share yi say it was well put together kofi akotua na say style no na ba ko bin so as silver one bi say it was on point, makeup on point, hair on point say me nka de na me yi there say mama she was not even looking like a ajo na even ahead of a year Abba Father me ne koye interview bi na say o den say me bre to jo chema say man na mbuka say mo aye de mu say MPP aye den na just one moment ma say nyesa anete o say a Bible na true say me be ba just me me be yedin mo mpia nkwohye eye MPP say won na won bo bra yo chema na na dan kwa o say otu chema o say nya nipa be ya na waye o say president awa ba krom ha say nyina ya kan ya babon homodin pan na dan kwa kufado Russia Ukraine war yi na ase ne nyama na Africa kaboto no do so chire o say ne so what to abampo obekoso a campaign ama MPP o so bekoso aye campaign so amount na mo kan de efa ha say na afa ha say na kwakogu na che say yembra Abba Father no so che say nsem ne do atudwe we na Abba Father na che say manfo chema o evangelist na Asamoah address ne there was on point say hu say brother Sami copy hobby che say edini de membo ho na me yi hwana just say it was well put together to say manfo chema why ya de pa cause management nsem ye be ni nyina echi and stopping ama otumi de Abba Father ahyehyɛ so de na manfo kan say evangelist Dinah Asamoah for more to do mo say wo bo abaso pa Mona foro asama gusu eda pronso na chese na watchi ni chese wa trendy ankasa nchirima ebe tu dwa se authorities action ewo UK for some alleged fraud bia esi wo US some time back no na chese wo picking it up ebro ko Ghana was UK na chese ni team so aba betu dwa se enye no kware wo chirima won chire ne ye na efa hin kosi hin na eba asa na mafuji anse na so won chire ne na Mona foro o wanfa fan girl from Ghana wanyifa na asem de akokoye bebre but if social media trends at say the same kofo esoma say omode ye sero say Hajia was showing things, she was flaunting wealth ni ade na be say ma beto pon say she's being wanted for a year fraud na mafo chema na say scanner na no flaunt ni nyina na say ase wa frame nya sika kroje na mafo chema asem ba munya botare say de say court impo embuan phone say one sentence ni say biasa 8 million fraud na mo ka say $8 million fraud ni say ye no kware say ye no kware but aye nkrom hafu bia Ghana for choose me say aye won ho lawyer aye won ho judge a sentence sister yi say we just we do for but mafu chema munya botere say there is no official confirmation to say one chain na mpo say ye fraud o say ye whatever crime mo fam betu dan ti bibia aye botere but aye ni team so aka say enye no kware but post bin so unza say Mona for real ni page a Facebook page and make it say atamfu nyanya menya nsem is very scant me to me for information in and put it together but they say there's Hajia for real no amafo chema wa akere no amafo so ne campuses won kire ne but they say there onu ankasa embe out embe fa official statement embe to just be say ni say na ekwa but they say there na amafo ye kan ne say munya botare so oye wan wa akere no authority say ebe kan ye nso de mun chemu nyina ba betuja but obi ba kwa we di Hajia for real echipa wa bompire man say yakopon twetwe nje na adam for ye friend Shatawale na Mr. Shatawale nje any Mona they go way back any music video kwa Mona feature mu ade na asem ikoba ya mafoti edibi sere wa say what sere Hajia for real Shatawale nkwa de also bompire man Mona for real say yakopon uniform there's a couple of celebrities and so they've just sympathized with and work say Mona for real whatever you are going to hope say yakopon ebedi wa for fee na say what to me film but say there mo amoye Mona for real fans any adofo mo de anamama mo paibo munye de cause say dey asam ne dey ase ye she dey hu ni tin ne femba say dey so we have him po na say be a court case or whatever you are hoping say obetumi efimu Atadwe yen at den eye Rocky Dawuni just we nyane eye third Grammy nomination na we dey asem den na eye 2023 Grammys no ni category eye best global music performance and at say yabo eye Rocky din ewo mu na eye ni noma wo friend never bow down and sa nomination na at say 2023 Grammys no eye Burna Boy just say wasanso enya nomination wo mu pa say Nigerian themes ono so feature bi oye mo so nominating no but we dey asem na me ka kokosi say mombo modern boy bia ye be ya aboa eye Rocky because it's been the third time na ye nhwe na say empire na mo be huo say dia mo be ye bia na mombo modern because dey ya moka ene obi nje Grammy ye obi nominate enti say ye ni papa eye Rocky once so abuni din for eye 2023 Grammy na mombo modern na say na mafuka na say Rocky we show all the best eye Rocky da woni so the na December be so you say it's a very big honor to him say once so abuni din for the third consecutive times na ye hwenim say eye the next Grammy CD everybody Ghana just say fan chenga fa bebia you are bringing it home live and colored and mama ye ngina say eye Grammy nkomo yi so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye koba nkomo ne de ama boni ma besa ne nyina egu ama ye nchekwa ye ntwa ye ho bra sisia mesansoma wakwaba me fa do wa enhia wana se musekua penfo bomma next time mesawa mamo na yeto ankomo no so dia eye Sandra Ankobia lawyer I or sanso ya actress or sanso ya influencer to say eye se see a report about to Jane say we say wiase nyina ye kan me ani merima ye population edu 8 billion Edos one kasa. Na ina report ibe to Jana to say yen sister Sandra Ankobia take it to Twitter. No say na lipa dudu nyina ni nye chi no nyan ni ho kafo onyo barema ye. Na mafu say Sandra na pesa o chese we ye single one na say den na say sister e post o ye yem say unhu say ye glorious or ye serious na say e fan kosi. But DJ Mike Smith and be comment say bia na Sandra Ankobia ne spec ni open ye mboni and say ni be ni wiase ase. And obey na just say bia or this kakra be share hono but population dey door so be say yegusua ye wo ankasa nya Ghana hankwan ye wo just say bia Bible sem no kase mo man ya say no to say empoano anwe bia no na mo ye but say the sem na yenye serious let's be serious here Sandra say to say over 8 billion na be sine onya ne ho kafo de me srem ankasa mama be cho application for love akoye to say Sandra Ankobia is available but wo copy say Sandra Ankobia dey say opeka crash and say niska caught in a back seat. So when each Ghana has said the wow nim the dow I say me that hosts celebrities and key personalities want to me any advert and man son is a bet and fine kusin but in Kana one fast a tabono to once na wo your advert and some advert in adena just say one says a company to be on more sponsor on your discount usane deal back just say bebre kwa na semi buy na just say FDA Food and Drugs Authority chairman want to me endorse na just say e dey how we brabere one was sign do they had to even cancel that say they had to terminate the contract e dey say bebre buy or how bebre buy when they share no other people almo voice say out but say the development ban say artist manager your friend no Magdalene no say ono na manage Reggie and Bully screw face we still attorney general Godfred Yeboadame and na Food and Drug Authority hrema sansa na mo se mo de ban ato celebrities so want to me nya advertisement ensahu company ni ade also no mo nya age so dem na court mo futi mo wo dem pai eta na echi pa se court enka se celebrities ma sem ye dent mo tumi akoso a wo se o chema ko other countries a wo ye advertisement ma ensahu na mo ka se mo won yes wo se mo say business cause ni ma ye deal times are hard na so big deal ka be ko na do hakudu se wa ban se say dem ma futi ma mark Darlington asem no yakọ court de wo bomo de ase wo mpire na wo bogu no so say court in ruling no one ka say the celebrity say okrom ase metumi aye advert ama insafu art say wo companies and say musumanya kaka e de akoma no ana meboa wo wo okrom ha de na say ma ye kan say krom ha ye hyewe ekoma be wo yi skate so tumi 500 500 people say doors mo ma ye realistic Oh, 100 cities. Oh, but try one scanner. So say, sky fine. I am from man, but when him say can pay the entire Casabebri and say I am paying kind. That I saw what the obey the pump the rapper. And I able to just say, I dear Chinese to move crowd from higher to say 4 prizes. Also, he has to spend over 2,000 Ghana cedis just to for his car for 3 days spill. Otima to say, why ding to us, authorities, right? Authorities, more than a money be being found. And some of kind of Chema. Oh, Anka, NDC time, Anka, what was the curriculum so most say a day. So I'll voice it out. There's been a couple of times, Isa Kodiaka, so by more fix the country, not to say, or how I communina, more fair solution, brother. I say a month would be per se. A yes, I could be recording room. I don't know what saying. I don't know if I want to say, there be an worry fan of it takes 2,000 Ghana cedis to fill his car. Maybe say, "Oh, 4 way, oh tank, nature, and I was 200 and I said 300 cedis to bet me." But debut and say, "They say there were 4 prices that cost run. Conform be a packet. Who say would do any check room as so bedroom say traffic be any crime. And you say be a month for a year later. I say be a crime. I show be a parking case in chain." We are in for the violence. Soon say come had they will say a peace AI many bidding just say peace there is just a man from pinpoint violence now they be no work kajegunyanem. Now I Dolores friend Paul Manso and delay. And now back I in chair cry no kokuma senate as a pastor been inviting it as a youth experience summit be no coin or they say or dear foot to come a youth appear on at as a no didn't send be to I could be a cacao crowd so chairman or was cash is okay. Nti berma beton so beso warren and just say bia beso your gawa debi ono woni bibia dada ono akaka anwo site so opie fini fi kwampa ne dadwen kese pan ye ka be no ntu cause cars ni gu ho bebre hu nu anfa kwampa so chema she's living a very comfortable life. She's okay. Now the lady to phone catch youth no say man won give am na same ko sign ko see so ne dey bebre no da betudwa ne nim sample sa asem ne ka akwakoto akoda but eye kwesi aboache of Peace FM entertainment review host and no ka say na ye pe obi ama na advise youth ye pade tintin dia so ade ketwa so dia ya ade kesia na wo akwa fredi de o so na wo so fe we nyo bia wo krom hase no futi na wo se kosi aboaje asasem nya wo ken wo akwa frefre ntokwa bi via ba na no se sister efia oda de je se na no na baba respond na eye akosi abade chemo se sam eye What will be some questions na lady back so or person ye o say don't just a theater at o say response at the lady man na enye encouraging into I don't know am so no chire ma ye problem na ba be too for na say you know they are grateful in the country I don't know more friendly na man for say na say me job na say we don't know about say be mo bi shada kemana na say the lady no respond say she who kwesi aboaje I say say na wo kan nsem fun just onu tutu bi man na kasa cause onim say wa ba be kunanim tia de no so fa ne ho nchew o se wo kwesi aboaje tama na o page masan te bebe hu o kire ma o se onko gina be just na wo feel so no oni dida so bia enne nyame adom na baba be public speaker te so o kasa edu achi a na o pese already connect motor te say onye ni pe bia wo de na ba kasa na asem na o kind de say delay anya ne de atutu bia ma na pa chema say asem na kan na ye trash nyanse bia mponim because o say I don't know about kasa or your public speaker into what do you, she speaks for a living into her friend and that say esi ho no so dey efutu akọ ma youth into o pese o kasa o pese o jaben also na dey ono won nya adwe pese o chema akoko si say eye kosi abaje eye ho yaw ene o de kasa ba ma fun pese me bisa mo ni kosi abaje ya adwen say eye delay was not the right person to be called and I be say na delay responded to some of the eye nkofo obisa the question wa anya ni ya na say o chema eye ho ya keke ye PhD pull him down pull her down ya na te say koso okroma but delay there where do a man slide you odibi atoto bi ma aye akosi abaje te wo chema kosi abaje se na wo kan no de nyanse nim Oda for me ba be mama me fa eye nkomo yin fi eye efia Schwarzenegger oba shwa me fa fini camp ye ho na ye hu say efia chema we fi krom ha se de ni a chama no no do akopie Turkey na te so chema akoye hair transplant hu say sister efia hwe na ha say nwi na akwachi kakra aha eno na te say we say de update say when you need to kwakwa te say when you kwabwa te say we transplant te say do be hu na te say nwi ni te say aye even te say egu fine na chema unye scan just a brana on your scar. Sometimes be out and be able to say, enquire out to me, air correcting. I don't know if you're a chema, quack hair transplant, so something you might say, Nico to drain to be an answer or the other black better channel now, say, and you know your surgeon and say, you may be a chadam quay, you know, but so correcting. I know do chema, so turkey, so no, so no, or the out to judge or walk quiet. Also, in some of their doors, but moon be on Casamecan was a moon be a bay for which is a wizard in the vessel. But tiny, you know, the betuja. Maybe all has a quiet said United or now one ban or quiet, so saying in the so chema, a knee. And a hair transplant and other ones be quiet. Now, a fear yana Miss Obico can or baby or no, so no dear. Oh, Nicom have about me at to am animal. No chemos or no. Pocacas a Greek minister and born homodin, or chemas I planting for food or the drunk ministry or chema a minister, ye could be away fairly pot top, Uncle Yono. Now, for chema, I don't know, Casa or if yes or no dear. We a politician, which your man is sick and pim do say 1 hour. But so 1 year near you are back on once more. So needs science corner a month for Don, and Ghana for Dono, because only say if you are company my ADC. MP said, no company also chema. Say a banger to so one born homo dinger or the dini never be to me in Castle by self Castle or Casa or Chino can neck Casa bush and Yemos and whatever. Why did I miss a mission and I said, commodity and more dear Casa? I don't know if you are chema no day. Waka, but see the one more a fans of a fair shot nigga, Mombo Modian, Bon Pime, cause Senabe surgeries in Nema Kakawa Koyina, Nina, a bear successful. I'm a bunny, same mini kind. A year way, a year very last episode for the year 2022. Now, said, to say, a female na many man at a yatala, now common, I didn't know a bit. Just say, I am a Nigeria, who passing my supporting and I say views now cost a day. Just say, trace me be PB and a higher more pepper just and continue to have A1, ye being film, ye being count ye exaggerate, it's an etinani ever can say, make us say, more motion in us and another boy because me fans for you now. Yeah, that must say, I fear that enemy, ye are going to re-strategize to say, very big and better, to say, in all things, going to be very big. I can say, that must say, more motion in now, Munkoswa programs, I can hear GhanaWeb TV, Munkosana Moonshine, I didn't. Now, I fear that you share the only say, you're just so you're going to back to back and community. No of this, ye that must pass a moshe, I'm a boni, my cram, your best answer this year, and check cram, Mamunko baby, stay tuned.
This week on Election Desk, we continue the conversation with NDC's General Secretary Aspirant Elvis Efriye Accra.
What happened to probity and accountability that we've been hearing from the NDC? Well, we don't hear you say that anymore. What happened?
No, I say it a lot.
I mean, I'm talking about the NDC as a party.
So when I become General Secretary, it will be one of the major issues. You see, that's what I'm saying. This country is a very funny country. It was our government under President Mahama that instituted investigations into JIDA. Is that not probity and accountability? I was the president's campaign manager. You know what that means? When a campaign manager enters behind closed doors with the candidate, you know what is discussed? I was his campaign manager. And yet when issues came up, there was an open public commission of inquiry carried live on television. That is probability and accountability. Perhaps we are not talking about it enough, but going forward we'll be talking more about it.
Let's talk about the man you are trying to fill his shoes, the general of all generals, General Asiedim Kitia. What kind of person would you say he is? Do you say he is a definition of what a general secretary should be? Or there are areas where you think this could have been okay or this could have been done better?
No, I think we must give credit where it's due. Having held that position for 17 years, led us to 2 electoral victories and of course 2 defeats. I think that he has paid his dues. He's a mercurial character, somebody that I get along with very well. And the same way I get along with the national chairman as well. Yeah. I've worked with both of them very, very closely. And I think that there's a lot to learn from him. But we're also building an NDC for the future. So I believe in learning lessons from the future and looking at the present and forging a way forward, you know. So somebody asked me if I was going to fill his shoes. Can I fill his shoes? I said, no, I love General's shoes, beautiful shoes, figuratively. That is what he did. But I'll wear my own shoes.
Are there areas in his reign, the 17 years of him being General Secretary, that, I mean, wanting to assume that position, if you look at it, you will say, okay, these places, I think that we can work on better, or that place we can work on better?
I think that I'm going in for a contest now. My focus is to tell the delegates what I'm going to do. I think it's a bit arrogant for a position that you're coming to seek. Somebody has been there for 17 years and you think that you know better. That is not my approach.
That's somebody you were a deputy.
That's not what I want to communicate. Yeah. What I want to communicate to the delegates is that I have been Deputy General Secretary before, and on many occasions when he was out of the country, I acted as General Secretary, so I understand the job. I've been there before. And I have a vision, I have a track record, I have experience. The 2024 elections are not going to be that easy, the way people are making it look like, oh, we've won already. Well, you almost, no. I know the MPP. If you don't know the MPP, then you'll be deceiving yourself. I know them very well. And so you need somebody who is tough, who is seasoned, who understands them, who has been at the battlefront before, and who has done it with a track record. And that's where I come in. And so that's my message to the delegates.
In this contest, the last count, you are contesting with about 3 people or 4 people. What's your relationship with all those you are contesting with?
Oh, very good relation. I mean, Peter, for example. Peter actually was, in 2012, when I was the Director of Elections, I appointed him, Wanda Madilo, Wisdom, Agleke, Fred Agbanyo, all of them. They were working under me in my office. So we have a good relationship. It's not war, you know. Fifi has been my colleague, setting the record straight. We work together very closely. So it's not, we're not fighting at all. But I know that the delegates are going to vote for me and I'm going to win. You see.
How do you think after this contest, the NDC will come out?
It will come out strong, vibrant, and ready to win power and take over the mantle of leadership of this country. I
mean, talking about winning power, you're going to an elections for the first time without the founder of the party and also a key pillar like Captain Kojo Chikata himself. What do you think, how does that mean? What kind of aura does it bring to the party? Is it a positive and negative? Are people able to tap into the energies of those people, their experience, the time they spend with the party? Or it is the case where getting to the last days where they seem to have been disassociated themselves from the party, we are not able to fall on their energies to win an election whatsoever? Because you do recall people have said that most of the time you do very well in an election is when you have the founder leading the charge or being part of the charge. How are you going into this election without these 2 key people?
Yes, they are very key, and a lot of times the kinds of things they do behind the scenes, people don't know, especially Captain Chikata that I work very closely with. There are so many things that he does, and I was privileged to know a lot of it because I work very, very closely and personally with him. And then when it comes to the founder, you know, we live in a physical and spiritual world. He founded the party, so his aura and presence, even though he's not physically present, is critical. You'll be amazed that some people have told me, oh, in my interviews I shouldn't be talking about Rawlings. You know, I said, hey, forget it. There is no way. There is no way, and I want to make this very clear, that I will ever be in NDC and disregard Rawlings. It's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It will not happen. That is dangerous. So for people who think that, oh, he's dead and gone, we should forget about him, I respectfully disagree with them. He founded the party. He's the founder of the party. And you know, I don't hide my disagreements with him. We disagreed strongly. For example, the running mate issue with JM, we disagreed. When I felt that he was becoming too close to Nanado, whom he told us we shouldn't trust. He was a bad person and all that. Whoever, I mean, you told us we shouldn't like him. Now you are saying the man is a man of integrity. You can disagree with somebody, your father, but he doesn't cease to be your father.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
So he's the founder of the party, and when I become general secretary, I'm going to ensure that the same way that Professor Mills' legacy is not going to die. I will ensure that the name Professor Mills, his works and achievements will be strongly enshrined in the consciousness of Ghanaians and the NDC people. The same way that I've said that we have not been fair to John Mahama. Look, I have all the information here. If you go back and look at the achievements of President Mahama within 3 years and 4 months, sector by sector, and I ask myself, what happened to us? Why did we allow our opponents to define us? They told a lot of lies about him. He has houses in Dubai, he has a shipyard in Japan, he has this, Papano. All those things were lies, fabrications. And yet we were not able to articulate very strongly what we had done, his vision, and to defend. And that is one of the things that I'm going to look at very strongly. As General Secretary, I am going to make sure that the Rawlings legacy, the Mills legacy, John Mahama legacy, collective, this is the collective legacy of the NDC. We are going into 2024 on the basis of our legacy and our history. And I dare say that for each one of them, our legacy and record is better than the MPP anytime, any day. Everyone must be proud of it.
That is really contentious because recently, I remember when the president addressed the nation not long ago, he gave us a litany of first things that his government have done. And I think a couple of days ago in the Volta region, the vice president also did speak about the things, some first things they have done, including building more airports, building more roads. So I think the facts, if probably we sit down, we look at it, may speak different because the MPP claims they have done a lot more for this country than the NDC have done since independence.
I think we need another opportunity to get into that debate. But I know you're a very intelligent man and you don't believe that crap. So I haven't even spent time responding to it. The Ghanaian people out there, they know that all those things they were saying were crap, and that is why he was hooted at. And that is why the president ran away. I was at Hubert Chucho. I was there. Okay? It's complete crap. It's a complete, I don't even want to glorify with time that they can look in our faces, in the face of all that is going on, and tell us that they have achieved more than the NDC. It's hallucination. No sane, reasonable person will get into that argument. And because I'm sane and reasonable, I don't want to argue. Because it will be a total waste of my time and energy. Sebi.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
You have said in other interviews that the NDC hasn't been able to tell their story. What is the NDC story? Because, I mean, we believe that we communicate to be able to achieve a purpose in communication. And for that reason, the NDC, while it was in power, brought the Green Book, and we've had a lot of communication. We've had since 2016. As of now, if you still say the NDC hasn't been able to tell a story, it's a bit, it baffles me a bit. What story is there to tell again to the Ghanaian people? Not to forget the fact that The NDC has recently lost an election in 2020, and I believe that also is on the back of telling the story. So how did you tell the story that you lost an election? What story is left to tell?
You know, I told you I'm on about 400 platforms.
Yes.
Some of them are professional platforms, some of them are old school platforms. And when these issues come up, and then I put before them our achievements in various sectors, they are amazed. Oh, we didn't know all this. I said, but these things are happening live in Ghana. They happen live. The evidence is there. So, oh, really? All these things happen, and you people didn't tell us? You understand me? So there was a disconnect somewhere.
Between the government?
Between what we were able to achieve and making people conscious of it. That's one. The other dimension is that the MPP and Nanado in particular, as Baumia, they had never been in power before. And so when they came with all those highfalutin slogans and stories, and they would transform the economy in 18 months, and a gallon of petrol, and the dollar, the fundamentals of the economy are weak, the exchange rate will expose you, people felt that they actually had a magic wand. And so they said we should give them the chance. In fact, Nanado himself said, try me. He has been tried, and after 6 years, people have seen that it's complete bogus. It's a bogus government. So going forward, we will recall what we were able to do within that period with the resources available to us, that by the time we were leaving office, the total debt stock was 127 billion. Our debt to GDP ratio was not up to 60%, and all the indicators and the rating agencies gave us B minus, right? And at that time, it was said that we were not capable of managing the economy. Today, these same rating agencies have declared this economy as junk, rubbish, trash. The exchange rate is 15 Ghana cedis to the dollar and rising.
But that is
our
after
debt to
COVID
GDP ratio,
and a war in Ukraine.
Yes, let me finish. Our debt to GDP ratio is over 100%, it's 104%. That means that the economy has collapsed. Ukraine and Russia, where the bombs are dropping, their currency is performing better than Ghana. Ukraine and Russia, where the bombs are dropping, their debt to GDP ratio is better than Ghana. Ukraine and Russia, where the bombs are dropping, all the global indicators, and that's not NDC saying it all. I'm not Fitch, NDC is not Fitch, NDC is not S&P, NDC is not Moody's, NDC is not Bloomberg. All these international rating agencies that rated us far better than what we are today. And the MPP said we were not capable of managing the economy. Today, those same rating agencies are rating you 0,000. In any case, when we had the energy crisis, was it not due to exogenous factors? The energy crisis, was John Mahama, is he the one who will rein in the Akosombo Dam? I was going to say something.
No, but you see, John Mahama himself in his VOA interview did mention the fact that the effects of COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war had an effect on Ghana's economy. That's an established fact. Just yesterday, President Obama, in a speech, made reference to the fact that post-COVID and Russia-Ukraine war, inflation has been the biggest problem of most economies in the world. That was just yesterday.
Okay.
Now, yes, it is okay to mention the fact that, yes, these things may not have impacted Ghana based on the politicking. But the fact of the matter is that what we are facing, because Ghana is not a global village.
Are you talking your own conviction, or you are talking what the government is saying, so that I know how to address it?
No, I'm telling you what is happening in the world.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
In case
so I'll address it properly.
So what is happening around us also has something to say about what we are experiencing. I'm not to go into the politicking of what MPP and NDC want to do, but I believe that, especially when you are a government in waiting, I believe it is always right to want to situate the argument in a way that the people also understand exactly where we are.
Was there Russia, Ukraine, when this government, realizing that the city was collapsing, set up an economic advisory something with 30 people, with Franklin Kujo and co. That time, was there Russia, Ukraine? Was there Russia, Ukraine? So the city started performing badly long before Russia, Ukraine. Now, look at the Auditor General's reports. Look at the infractions. At the time we were leaving office, 2016, the cumulative infractions for that year was about 957 million Ghana cedis, which for us was horrible. Okay?
Yeah.
Less than 1 billion. Okay?
Yeah.
From that time, what are the infractions? According to Auditor General's report, not we saying it all.
Yeah.
That one was in Russia, Ukraine. 17 billion. 17 billion. Was it Russia, Ukraine that caused us to have these infractions? Was it Russia, Ukraine that has made us mismanage the economy? Was it Russia, Ukraine that came and made Kenofriata that anytime we go for Eurobond, he and the minister of state in charge of finance benefits from those transactions, such that he goes to the Euro market without thinking because his company benefits? So it's a complete hogwash. This Russia, Ukraine here, and then it's complete hogwash. Russia, Ukraine was there before Russia, Ukraine came. All the fundamentals started going down. Indeed, the World Bank warned us, IMF, they warned us that the way we were going about collecting loans, it was unsustainable, and we will get here. It wasn't Russia, Ukraine that caused us to go and borrow 13 billion Ghana cedis. In any case, the COVID, Ghana actually benefited because the international community felt that Ghana was on a certain trajectory and they didn't want the COVID to have a negative impact on us. So they pumped in a lot of money. Cumulatively, over 23 billion came into this economy. That should have been a turnaround for this economy. You know what they did? They chopped the money. They shared the money. Didn't you hear the vice chairman saying that she alone got 1 million Ghana cedis from COVID money? The real root of the problem is that in 2020, these people poured the money and bought the election. They paid people. They spent the money. That is the issue that we must face and confront. And stop talking about Russia, Ukraine.
That's an accusation every opposition party has leveled against the government in power.
Okay.
Since I started following elections in Ghana,
Okay.
it is not new.
Okay.
So that is not to say it's right, but it's something that you politicians, you do.
But why is it that you are finding it very difficult to admit that the government has failed when their own MPs say they have failed?
It is for the people of Ghana to decide whether the government has failed or not. My job in front of you is to ask the questions and try to situate this conversation.
No. The 80 MPP MPs, they are part of the people of Ghana. They represent the people of Ghana. If 80 MPP MPs say that the finance minister and the minister of state in charge of finance should be sacked because they are incompetent and they have conflict of interest, you cannot say, who are the people of Ghana? Are they from Kosomukaya? And let me tell you, the reason why we are in this state is because a lot of media people have pampered this government. A lot of media people, when they started messing around, instead of media people speaking the truth to them, the media people became gatekeepers. So things that if half of it happens under NDC, they will come out strongly. Then they'll be doing, at a point they said, oh, when they talk and say, oh, we want to be the devil's advocate. Really? You're only a devil when it's about MPP? What devil's advocate? Facts are facts. The same way that NDC was held to account when we're in power. If half of it had been done to MPP, we won't be here today. But because they know that when they mess up, when push comes to shove, media people will be asking funny questions and trying to be doing false equivalent. NDC and MPP are the same. We can never be the same.
Is it, Mr. Accra? What you are doing is what they say that when two elephants fight, it's the ground that suffers. We, the media, always become the common ground to attack because of certain things. But you see, whatever we are doing, and I speak from my media house, whatever that we are doing with
in any case, I'm not necessarily referring to you.
Of course, I know that. I know you don't
I'm
have
using
business.
your platform to address the generality
of course, Mr.
of the media.
I know you don't have business to speak to my media house.
And the listeners and viewers will know what I'm talking about.
Okay, Mr. Accra.
Okay.
Many of your colleagues, indeed, one of your aspiring flag bearers, because now we know Dr. Dufour is running, and Mr. Mahama, the former president, have said that the coming election is going to be a do and die affair. What is the motive of NDC going to the election? Is it going to be one of violence or meeting violence with violence?
You know, it's good you asked this question. Do you know that people have actually accused us, NDC leadership, of being very soft? You know that? And what I tell them is that we, NDC, this democracy, the 1992 Constitution, is part of our legacy. Whether you like it or not, this is the legacy of the NDC. And just as Solomon, when he was caught in a situation where two women came to him, and one who was not the mother of the child said, divide the child into two. The real mother said, no, don't do it. We have a heart for the country. This has been the most stable, sustainable democracy in our history. That is why President Mahama mounts the podium and says, military, we are calling on you. Please, abide by the Constitution. It is true that things are difficult. It is true that we are in hardships. It is true that we are in difficult times, but we don't want an intervention because that is our baby. The 1992 Constitution and the constitutional era we are enjoying is our baby. So we have consistently shown that at any given time, irrespective of the provocations, we will go by the law. But that is one side. Now, if we live in a neighborhood, so if we go into an election and it's free, fair, genuine, everything, we have shown that we always accept results of elections.
But you already
Let me finish
you don't
my point.
trust the umpire of the election.
Can I make my point?
Of course you can.
And then you have an election that in 2008, 8 people were murdered. Clean sheets were altered. Yeah. You expect that we should keep quiet and be clapping for the electoral commissioner and the security agencies? No. So we are sending an early warning signal. And I have said it, that if they dare do what they did again, nobody will organize anything. Are you listening to me?
Yes.
Nobody will organize anything. The organization itself will organize. Anybody who understands my English should go and check. Nobody will organize anything. The organization itself will organize. That you live in a neighborhood, and every time thieves have come to house number 1, you are house number 7, house number 2, house number 3. You've reported to police. Number 4, number 5, number 6. Tell me truthfully, if you are in house number 7, what will you do? A word to the wise is enough.
Mr. Accra, let's make progress. Let's talk about Parliament. For the first time in the history of this republic, we've had a member of the opposition party, Abang Bagbe. I don't know if he's still a member of the party. I mean, considering a lot of things that happened before. But, I mean, he's known to be a member of your party, being the Speaker of Parliament. And then we also have a hung Parliament with seemingly an equal number of Parliament, except for a few other issues that have been going on. What do you make of what this Parliament has done so far? What do you think? Do you think this Parliament has lived to the billing, especially regarding the speakership? Do you think so?
No, first of all, I'll commend our MPs for that gallant fight they put up in the early hours of January 6th and 7th to get us a speaker. But I think, and so far, they've done well. But I think there's a certain, perhaps for want of a better word, the expectations are not grounded on what the realities are. You know, 137 plus 1 independent doesn't give us the authority to be able to do a lot of things that we would otherwise have done. You know, because on the night, through fighting, through vigilance, through all kinds of means, we were able to get, it was a one-off event. But if you have 137, stricto sensu, at any time when they equip their people in line and the independent joins them, really, you cannot have your way. So it's something that we need to educate our people. Because what I see is that because of what they did on in getting the speaker, so people think that at any given time, they can continue to do that. It's not that simple. What gives me a ray of hope is the action by the majority MPs, where for the first time in the history of this country, they've been able to take on the sitting president, his finance minister, call for his more, even though, for me, that was also, there was a bit of political gimmickry in those things, because don't forget that the NDC had already filed a motion of censure against the finance minister before they did that. But Be that as it may, you also need to give them credit. Even though subsequently I've heard all kinds of stories about influence and all that, I don't have the details. But that gives me a ray of hope that when push comes to shove, and the events that we get to the point where maybe there has to be a vote of no confidence or something, and if it is done as a secret ballot, I am convinced that we will get majority members also joining, provided it's a secret ballot where they will not use the whip system to whip them in line. So going forward, there are all kinds of permutations and speculations about, Parliament and what they can do and not do. But I don't think that this interview will be the appropriate place to have that discussion.
Okay, we're wrapping up on this thing. Still on Parliament, I have a difficulty with certain aspects of a relationship between the NDC in Parliament and then the NDC as a party outside. Subsequent to Bagbin's election, we've seen a number of times in certain decisions where some key figures in the party seem to completely disagree with what the party is doing in Parliament. For instance, there was an instance where I think in one of those decisions, your Director of Communications, Sami Jefi, came out and gave it to the MPs and accused them even of betraying the party's position. One of them has to do with e-levy and things. There's also been an instance where your party in Parliament, just like this vote of censure, they start something and they never get to finish it. Do you think that, or are you convinced that the party in Parliament strictly reflects the conscience of the party outside Parliament, considering the fact that certain actions they've taken in Parliament, they've been bashed for it outside Parliament by key members of your organization?
So that's why I said from the beginning that it's a function of expectation management. The person outside feels that 137, you were able to get a speaker. So when it comes to e-levy and other things, you should be able to throw it away. It is not that simple. First of all, you must ensure that you have all your members in Parliament, which from a practical point of view doesn't really work. Okay? So for me, I think that is the communication and the engagement, where there has to be clarity. Before the issue gets to that point, we must be able to communicate clearly with our party supporters to let them know this is possible, this is not possible. Because people actually think that, oh, even with our 137, we can just do anything, throw away a budget and all that. It doesn't really work that way. And then Parliament has also its own rules and procedures, standing orders. So some of the things on the face of it may look very simple. But when you go into the standing orders, you realize that there are real challenges. And these are things that we need to educate ourselves, all of us. We are still learning. If you are not a parliamentarian, some of the things, when they happen and you go and check, then you realize that, oh, it's not as simple as you thought. So going forward, that is one of the things that I'm going to look at, the collaboration between the party outside Parliament and the party in Parliament. But I think that generally they've done very well under the circumstances.
So quick one. First, it has to do with there are some members of your party previously that seems to have deserted the party based on one or two disagreements. We've had the former president's wife, Nana Akufo-Addo, who is a very strong pillar in terms of women for this country. We've had your former colleague servant to the late President Mills, that is Kokwanyi Dowu, who also have deserted the party. And then there's also a Dela Kofi and people that we've known to be very close to the party. How is the NDC trying to bring all these people together, other than the usual communication that looks like? And then there's also the allotage cost factor, where it looks like once the people deviate a little, NDC sort of abandons them, sort of trying to get them together, and then declares them persona non grata constantly. How a leadership with you heading, how are you going to bring these people together with your experience and then your connections?
So I think I need to make something clear. The party is governed by rules. We are all bound by the rules of the party. Until those rules change, anybody who flouts them, the rules will be applied. So if you are part of the party and you flout the rules of the party has to take action against you. If subsequently you think that you make an overture for redress, reconciliation, it will be looked at. Because a party has to be a party, a coalition of the willing, not a coalition of the unwilling. You cannot coerce or force people to a line. When you join the party, you know that the party has a constitution. There are rules, what you can do and what you cannot do.
Yeah.
My brother, me, campaign coordinator, look at what the things I went through. Public, live camera, 3 months. Did you hear me talking rubbish? So everybody should look at me as an example. When you belong to a party, it's not everything that you should open your mouth and say. You understand me?
Yes.
Yes, you must contain yourself. There are things that I said. You've asked me questions. I said some of the things when I meet delegates, those are party people who will discuss.
Okay.
That's why we don't hold cabinet meetings in public.
Ms. Ankra, your delegates are watching, yes. Most of them. What do you have to tell your delegates? What do you have to tell your opposition, that is the MPP, in government? This is
so for the delegates, this is your brother and friend, Zefri Ankra. You've known me. I've worked with you as Deputy General Secretary, Deputy Campaign Coordinator, as Deputy Minister for Local Government, Minister of Sports, Director of Elections. You know me. I welcome everybody. I don't discriminate. I talk to you always. I pick your calls. I listen to you. And I'm seeking the opportunity to become the General Secretary. The 2024 elections is going to be very tough. And you need people who understand the system, who understand the electoral system, who have the courage and the determination to face this MPP people. They are desperate, and so they will do anything under the sun. And some of us have the record, the track record of being able to engage them and overcoming them on 2 different occasions. So I want to be given this opportunity so that I'll lead the party, make the party very strong and formidable. When I become General Secretary, you can be assured that the party is going to be very, very solid. It is the party that will be at the center of appointments, just as it was some time ago when the party was very, very central in appointing people at all levels, from MMDCs all the way down. The party will play a critical and crucial role. And I would practice an open door policy, as I used to do when I was in local government and other ministries, where I was accessible to everybody. I will modernize the party, put in place systems and structures to ensure that our electoral architecture is very, very solid. And believe me, when I've done it before and I can do it again, I've done it on 2 occasions. So when given the mandate, by the grace of God and your support, 2024 victory shall surely be ours.
All too soon, we've come to the end of this exciting conversation. My guest was Mr. Zefri Ankra, General Secretary Aspirant for the NDC, the National Democratic Congress. You've heard his message. You've heard and understood what he wants to say, I believe. Hopefully, we'll meet again next time. Zefri Ankra, thank you very much, and then we wish you.
Thank you, thank you.
Well,
it's been a very
interesting conversation. Yes, thank you. So, have a good day and see you next time. This is GhanaWeb Election Desk. My name is Edward Smith Anamali. Bye-bye for now.
And welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you business news that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. My name is Na Oyokoti. Sishopa Elo, a cyber forensic analyst at the E-Crime Bureau is our guest on this edition. My colleague Mahogany Aholumega has the full report.
Yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mahogany Aholumega. On this week's edition, I'll be speaking with a cyber forensic analyst who will be teaching us a few things about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and your business. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. My guest is Sichofa Elo, and he's the cybersecurity forensic analyst with the E-Crime Bureau. Sicho, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you. Very well. Yourself?
I'm doing very well. Many thanks for your time. So today we're going to be learning about account takeovers. For one, I have no idea what are account takeovers. Just briefly give us an explanation of what that account takeovers are.
Okay. Thank you for organizing this program. I know this program is also to educate your people, your viewers. Okay. Yeah. When we talk about account takeovers is a type of attack whereby an attacker will be able to take over your whole account or impersonate you in another session. Okay. So, for example, you own a WhatsApp, you own an Instagram account, you own a Facebook account. I will find ways and means, creative ways and means of owning or taking over that account. Okay. Now, let me just explain how this is done. Assuming that you are on a particular platform, be it Facebook, be it a WhatsApp group, and someone just calls you and tells you that there are lots of spammers or scammers in a particular group. So they want to really authenticate if you are really the owner of a particular number or not. So they want to communicate a code to you. So they are expecting you to communicate that code back to them. Okay. And that is where it begins. As soon as you communicate that code to them, they take over your account. Okay. So at their end, what they do is they attempt registering WhatsApp with your number. A code will be sent to you. Okay. And if you communicate that code, they take over your account. And that is how simple it is.
Sounds very simple, but also very dangerous as well. So for those who are new to this kind of fraud, can we classify it as a fraud?
Yes.
One way or the
other?
Yes. Okay. This sounds very dangerous at the same time. Very simple for those on the back end of it. But I want to come down to, for businesses who are not familiar with this type of fraud, how impactful is this account takeover for businesses?
Okay. So assuming that you are a financial institution or you do some business on behalf of your clients or your stakeholders, and I'm able to take over this account, it means that I'll be able to divert funds into other accounts. Okay, and it will go a long way to affect you. Okay. Your reputation, everything will be at stake.
Wow. So I understand there's another form, which is the business email compromise. What exactly is that?
Okay, so business email compromise is another creative way an attacker could also gain access to your email account. Okay. And use that access to defraud your stakeholders.
How does that happen?
Great. So by using some slight variation in your emails. For example, I'm sure you'll be showing this to your viewers. For example, you have your email, for example, as Mauli at maybe GhanaWeb.com. Now, the L you see in there could be changed to a capital I. Okay. But the person might not see it. This is not so obvious. You wouldn't see it so easily. Okay, so it becomes difficult for someone to easily see this, and they use this in communicating with someone else. So the person might think whatever email he's sending or receiving is coming from you. Okay, and there are so many ways they do this. They use so many attacks. They can use impersonation attacks where they have tools online okay, that can send an email on your behalf without knowing your password. So as I sit here now, I can send an email on your behalf to your colleague without knowing your password. And there are so many tools people are using for that activity.
Great. So this also sounds like you're compromising one's identity. Is there another form, an identical thing that has got to do with this?
Perfect. So when it comes to the business email, the business identity compromise, okay, it's not so different from the business email compromise. But with the business identity compromise, the hackers are now going around paying people to record videos of their colleagues.
Wow.
How? Let's say I'm having a Zoom meeting with you. An attacker will come here, pay me and tell me that, okay, you know what, just get me a video recording between you and Mauli.
That's all.
That's all. And when you get that video, when they get that video, they are able to use that video to represent you, okay, as maybe Mauli somewhere else. So for example, usually you chat with your friends on Zoom, on WhatsApp video and co. When I initiate a call, I'm going to play your video now. So as your video is playing, they will think they are communicating with you. But the hacker is the one communicating with you here.
Wow.
So they are only buying your videos, your recorded videos, to defraud people.
Wow. That sounds really, really dangerous because you'd have to compromise your data as well. So for persons who are not privy to this, how are they going to conduct managing their passwords? Should there be some variations in the passwords and all that? What from your point of view?
We've already started with giving the variations. So we always advise that you shouldn't use the same username and password across all other accounts. So because of that, we are saying that you should have different passwords for all your online accounts. Why are we saying this? Why are we saying this? If I should compromise one password, okay, to, let's say, your Facebook account, and that is the same password you use across all other accounts like Gmail, Yahoo and co, it means I could just pick the compromised one and try it against all these other ones, and I'll be successful since you use the same passwords. Also, we are saying that you should look at the length. We have people who have just 4-character passwords, 5-character passwords. That is not
so you should keep a more lengthier password.
At least 8 characters, 12 characters. Exactly. Okay. And also, like you said, you can also make it alphanumeric. So if my password is Mauli at GhanaWeb, I'm going to change all the A's into an @ sign. Okay. All the I's into a number. Okay, to make it a little bit difficult for someone to crack.
Vary the numbers a bit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So for persons who
sorry for cutting you, but in addition to what I just said, okay, we have something we call the security questions.
Okay.
Excuse me to ask this question. Okay. Now, where were you born?
I was born in Togo, yes.
Okay. So, assuming this is also part of your security questions, now that I know you were born in Togo, don't you think that is a backdoor to get to your account? I'm going to pretend as if I am logging into my account, which is your account, and use Togo or use where I was born as my security question. Okay. Now I know where you were born, right? So I'll be able to log into your account. So the security question, we should always lie about it. Never give details.
The actual answer.
So now that you know this, let's try again. Where were you born?
I was born in Kumasi.
Kumasi, perfect. All right.
All right. Yeah, so Sicho, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. I'll just take a quick break. We'll be right back. Sure. I've been speaking with Sicho Elo, and he's the cybersecurity forensic analyst at the E-Crime Bureau, and we'll be learning about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and your business. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Sicho Elo, and he's the cybersecurity forensic analyst at the E-Crime Bureau, and we've been talking about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and your business. Sicho, I've been learning quite a lot from you. I want to come down to the consumer. So how would one know that they've been compromised by this form of account takeover fraud?
Okay, so it would be very difficult for someone to tell that he or she has been compromised. Okay. One thing you have to look out for is the red flags. Okay. Okay. You realize that all of a sudden you can't send images, you can't send pictures, you can't send messages, you can't send anything. Then you should know that yes, your account has been taken over by someone. Okay. So you just look out for the red flags. Maybe someone calls you telling you that he sent you a message, or you sent a message asking for some money, so once you know you've not done that. Those are some of the red flags that you have to look out for. Okay. And I'm sure you show some of these to your viewers.
Okay. I know government has been doing its bit by sort of creating some awareness. I know we have the Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and all of that. They've been doing their bit of it, but from your point of view as an expert, what do you think government should be doing more in terms of creating awareness about cyber fraud and all these cyber security breaches that some people experience?
Okay, I think that's a very good question or a very good concern you have raised. But one thing I would say is that I believe, or I think it would be unfair if we say the government isn't doing anything when it comes to cyber security activities within the ecosystem. I believe that they are doing so many things. For example, the government was able to set up the Cybersecurity Authority, the CSA.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the CSA regulates all activities within the cyberspace, within the ecosystem. Now, the CSA is now bringing in some other things that we are supposed to look at. For example, we have the Cybersecurity Act that was just enacted by the country. Okay. Now, the Cybersecurity Act, the Act 1038, right? That act regulates activities in relation to the cyber activities and all that within the state, within the country. Okay. Also, there are other things that they are doing. Now, I don't want to give you spoilers, but one thing they are also doing is that they are going to license each and every cybersecurity institution in the country. Because you can't just have anyone come up saying that I'm a cybersecurity person or I work with a cybersecurity firm. What shows that that firm has integrity. And they're also going to license all professionals. So if someone can just get up and say, I went to India or I went to US to do some ethical hacking course, so I am now a cyber analyst, or you can call me a cyber analyst. No. The person should have some integrity. Okay, so these are a few things that the government is doing.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to come down to another key component of the fraud, which is mobile money. It keeps coming up almost every single year. I mean, the Bank of Ghana's latest report show that it's still rampant and it's still in the system and all of that. So for you, what do you make of account takeovers for mobile money accounts?
Okay, so I know before you started asking this, because I'm sure that you were thinking about some insiders who work with maybe the telcos. Okay. A lot of people have the same belief that insiders are always involved in this mobile money fraud. We don't have proof, we can't tell. Okay. But one question we should be asking ourselves is that how do we keep our wallets safe? How do we keep our numbers? Okay. You walk into an institution and they are asking you to provide your number. Okay. What numbers do we put there?
Yeah, we go for a conference, they actually put in your name and
that is one thing you should take into consideration. When you go for a security conference, okay, they ask you to provide your emails and maybe your number. You should be very careful. Don't provide anything which relates to you, because someone could use that to hack you later. Okay. So there are so many things that people should look out for. One question you should also be asking is that, how do these merchants who do this Momo thing, okay, how do they keep their book when it's full? Do you know that attackers go in to buy them? They just go in to buy that logbook.
No.
That's what they do, and there's a case we investigate.
They buy this from the telco?
No, they buy it from the merchants.
Okay.
Because now the book is full, they will no longer need it.
So they have to roll it over to another one.
Now, how do they even dispose it of? That is another question we should be asking. So when it comes to our numbers, there are so many ways an attacker could get hold of our numbers.
Okay, well, that's quite a lot. I've been learning a lot from you. Finally, we're wrapping up. I've been hearing this term, social engineering. What exactly is social engineering?
Okay, so social engineering is just a way an attacker or someone would trick you into divulging some sensitive information. And when we talk about social engineering, there are so many ways.
Okay.
Or there are so many types of social engineering. Now, let me just give you a few examples.
Okay.
We have something called phishing.
Yeah,
okay.
I've heard of phishing.
Great. So phishing is just a way someone will trick you into giving out your credentials, like username and passwords, right? So assuming I ask you to give me your password to your bank account, your online banking portal, are you going to do that?
No.
You won't do that. So I have to find a creative way of stealing that information from you. Okay. That is when I send you a link saying that suspicious activities have been noted on your account from Nigeria, which is not true.
Sometimes you see them in your emails as well.
Exactly, exactly. So I am only forcing you to go and click on that link. So as soon as you click on that link, you end up providing your credentials to me. And that is how simple this.
I think some of them also come in the forms of these free, click here to get this free team or this free money somewhere or something, but some money you never worked for, and they're asking you to click on it for free.
And that is how come a friend of mine got compromised. Okay, she was on Facebook or Instagram, I think, and they were having this competition where you needed to vote for someone for the person to win. I think it was a hair contest or something, and she just received a message, okay, from her colleague saying that, oh, my sister is in this contest. I want you to vote for her so she can win. Then they sent her a link. Okay, I have a screenshot. I'm sure you showed that to your viewers. So as soon as she clicked on the link, she was asked to re-authenticate into her Facebook account. And when she did that, the credentials went to the attacker. And that is how they leverage on social engineering.
She was just compromised at that point.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so Sicho, final words from you. You're an expert here at the E-Crime Bureau. What advice would you give to people out there, especially businesses, about account takeovers and how to protect themselves?
Okay, I will say that, because it's a practice here, it's a practice in the Bureau that you do not share so much information about yourself. You find ways and means of protecting your data, okay, within your organization, because that's the only way attackers will be able to, steal some of your data. So you find creative ways of, keeping your data safe, securing them, maybe password protecting it, using some data loss prevention tools or softwares to do this. So there are so many things that people can also do to safeguard their data.
Okay.
And now that we are, I think this should be the last one. Now that we are approaching the festive season, okay, I know a lot of people will be doing online shopping and all that. So please allow me to touch on that.
No problem.
Okay. Now, when it comes to online shopping, okay, I know the Xmas season is approaching. We also have Black Friday, and I think some Cyber Monday also approaching. People will be doing a lot
online
shopping. Now, you should be careful or be sure that you are not on a fake checkout page. Also be sure that you're not on a fake shopping page. Okay? Because if you're on a fake shopping page, it means that whatever you are doing there is going to an attacker, and the person is harvesting your credit card details. Cool. Okay? And also make sure that whatever you buy, don't post it online. Why am I saying this? Someone, an attacker, possibly, will later come back and say that, oh, he's a customer service person, and he realized that you purchased this maybe gifts, or you purchase a particular stuff, and he wants to check if you are enjoying the product or if everything is working fine. Now, he's just doing that to gather information about you, and later give you a fake coupon. Those coupons will later be used to extract your credit card information.
Without your knowledge.
Without your knowledge. So let's be very careful when it comes to online shopping.
Okay. Sicho, thank you so much. I've been learning quite a lot from you. Sicho Elo has been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. We've been talking about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and especially your business. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mahogany Aholemega. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Mahogany Aholemega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo terminated the appointment of the Minister of State in charge of Finance, Charles Edu Boahen, after snippets of Anas's expose surfaced online. A statement signed by the Director of Communications at the Jubilee House, Eugene Ahin, said after being made aware of the allegations leveled against the minister in the expose titled Galamsey Economy, the president spoke to Mr. Edu Boahen, after which he took the decision to terminate his appointment and also refer the matter to the special prosecutor for the investigations. The expose is set to capture the minister asking for an amount of $200,000 as an appearance fee to allow a potential businessman access to the Vice President, Mahamudu Bawumia, in a quest to situate a bank in Ghana. The National Tripartite Committee has increased the minimum wage to 14 cedis 88 pesos. This follows the conclusion of negotiations on the determination of the 2023 National Day Minimum Wage at its meeting held on Wednesday, November 16. The determination was based on Section 113(1)(a) of the Labour Act 2003 Act 651. At the end of the meeting, it was concluded that for the year 2023, the minimum wage will be pegged at 14 cedis 88 Ghana pesos, an increase in the NDMW by 10% over the 2022 NDMW. Another source of income has been disclosed by the Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Esla Owusu-Ekuful. According to her, the utilization of data can fetch the state huge sums of money when properly analyzed. Speaking in a media interview, Esla Owusu-Ekuful said government will focus on safeguarding data collected, analyzed and utilized properly for the better of the Ghanaian economy.
If you look at the revenues that these tech giants are generating from managing and analyzing and utilizing the data that we freely give them, the Facebooks, the Googles, the WhatsApps and all those mega platforms, then it gives effect to the saying that data is the new oil. Because if we effectively analyze and utilize it properly, it can generate a lot of revenue for the state, for our own development. So it's an area that we need to focus on critically as a matter of urgency going forward, as we look at other means of raising revenue to finance our own development. And we're determined to do that.
The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed that the producer price inflation rate for October 2022 was 65.2%. This means that between October 2021 and October 2022, the PPI increased by 65.1%, representing a 19.3 percentage points increase in producer inflation relative to the rate recorded in September 2022. The month-on-month change in the PPI between September and October 2022 was 15.4%. The Producer Price Index measures the average change over time in the prices received by domestic producers for the production of their goods and services. The Ghana Standards Authority has informed the public and more specifically importers of used vehicles that beginning January 1, 2023, all used vehicles imported into Ghana shall be accompanied by a valid certificate of conformance from an approved body. The certificate, according to the GSA, must demonstrate conformance of the used vehicle to requirements of the Ghana Standard for Used Vehicles, GS 4510-2022 road vehicles. This is in line with the Customs Amendment Act 2020, Section 61 of Act 891 amended and related legislation. Minister of Works and Housing, Francis Asensio-Boakye, has noted that proceeds from the sale of the Saglemi housing project will be reinvested into another affordable housing project. He made this disclosure at a press briefing held in Accra. Speaking on the sale of the Saglemi housing project, he said discussions were ongoing for a private sector developer to take over government's affordable housing projects. Francis Asensio-Boakye further stated that the developer will be in charge of selling the house units when completed. That's it for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media pages. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are at GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Have a pleasant weekend.
was young, we did not have the same kind of social media that we have today. We've always had social media. Conversation is social media. So people would gather under a tree and converse and all that. So it's not like we did not have any social interaction, but the medium was different. So today we have it on our phones.
With just a click, anyone can access TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and a host of other social media applications, of course, on a smartphone. Defined by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary as any form of electronic communication through which users create online communities to share information, ideas, personal messages, and other content, social media, since its invention and introduction in 1997, has become the new trend. Now, 9 out of 10 internet users use social media, according to global statistics. Data provided by the Ghana Statistical Service indicates that the country currently has a population of 30.8 million people. Out of this number, some 15.7 million are internet users. A further breakdown by Statistica.com shows that 8.2 million out of the 15.7 million are social media users. This figure represents a 2.2 million increase in January 2021 from the 6 million figure in 2020. From these figures, one thing is clear: social media has come to stay.
Social media has virtually been encoded into everyday life. Social media is now a space you cannot escape from. It's like wherever you pass, there is an element of social media, not necessarily an app, but infused in everyday life.
As the new normal, social media is increasingly becoming more addictive, with new apps emerging every day. But what do people use social media for?
It's a platform for interaction. So I keep in touch with my friends, colleagues all over the world.
I use it to build my vocabs. As you can see, I'm doing some idioms on my tablet. So it helps me to build my English, my reading.
Social media, mainly I use it to communicate with my friends and get to know what's happening in the world.
Most often I am with my phone and I am very much online, reading, trying to read interesting content, most importantly sports detail.
I'm able to interact with our listeners every day, those that are contributing via WhatsApp, Twitter or Facebook. I make money from there because if I post snippets of interviews and jobs that I've done, I get reaction from people who would want to call in.
So there's those whose primary source of fun is social media, and there are those who use social media platforms to gain knowledge. How much of the latter is happening? Research around the world shows there's a direct link between social media and declining reading habits across all ages, but for especially the youth category, the statistics are staggering. Considering the youth form a relatively greater percentage of social media users, this has become increasingly concerning. A study conducted on the University College London on 11,000 children tracked from their birth in 2000, for instance, found that social media could be distracting them from reading and homework, with a potential knock-on effect on their literacy. The American Time Use Survey's latest figures also indicates that the number of Americans who read for pleasure each day has reduced by 30% since 2004. And in Nigeria, a 2018 study by Samson Oyeniyi Akonde and Rachel Eyeranti Oyedapo of the University of Ibadan and Obafemi Awolowo University respectively on the impact of social media on senior high school students in Nigeria concluded that the use of social media has constituted a great havoc on the reading culture of high school students. So, I sought to find out what Ghana's situation was. Is social media having an impact on the reading habits of the youth? If it is this impact positive or negative? At the Koforidua Polytechnic, for instance, a study by Michael Owusu-Echiang on social media usage and its impact on reading habits revealed that there is a direct linkage between time spent on social media and reading habits, and that the constant use of social media leads to low reading habits. Another study by Ekia Santwa Aforo at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to determine the influence of social media on academic reading of students in tertiary institutions in Ghana revealed that the use of social media among some students in tertiary institutions in Ghana does not augur well for their academic performance, despite many benefits it could provide. These concerns have been reiterated by some learned persons who believe times have changed, considering patterns as it was in their time. Professor of Linguistics at the University of Ghana, Professor Kofi Ejekum, for instance, believes the youth today are more inclined towards getting quick information from social media than reading wide.
If people are tuned to social media and they are interested in the pictorial and the video and sensational stories here and there, somebody has fought with a girlfriend and all those things. I'm sure if you put Chinua Achebe's book there, they will read.
Former chairman of the Ghana Writers Association, Nana Kwesi Jan Apenting, had a more practical reason for his concern. He explained how things were in the past and how they have evolved.
Indeed, we read a lot of newspapers, because newspapers came in different shapes, and weekend papers, magazines. They were all there. When I was young, if you sat in the trotro, everybody would have a newspaper, a magazine, or a book. The fact that today you don't see those, and you see more everybody with their necks craned and looking at their phones and doing social media interactions, would suggest to me, even anecdotally, without any scientific research, would suggest that people are reading less.
Genuine concerns, but Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Library Authority had a varying opinion. First, he said, the low reading habits of Ghanaians has been a thing that existed even before the introduction of social media.
In the late 60s and early 70s, a research was done by the British Council, Ghana Library Authority, and the Ministry of Education to really understand why Ghanaians are not reading. And so anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true. Ghana has never been a reading nation. And even if you check our annual report from the 1950s, it was evident that our libraries were being patronized by the experts.
And then he quoted figures as recorded by his institution for the past 5 years that indicate a rather significant increase in reading habits of children and moderate figures for the youth in recent times.
The United Nations will tell you between the age of 14 to 24. So if you want to take those, the age bracket, yes, they constitute the second majority of audience who patronize their library services. But the huge majority, which is about 60%, are the children. And then you could probably have, about, 25% being the youth, people that are in the senior high schools and tertiary institutions, looking for some resources. So they fall within that bracket. And then you have the adult population that also comes also to use the public library space. If you look at the data from 2016, library membership across the country was 7,246. And then in 2021, library membership alone is 44,234. So that's like a 600% increase. So that's really the trend we've recorded over the last few years.
So, I got the views of some youth to get a first-hand picture of the situation on the ground. Are they reading? I spoke to students at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School, Legon, and the University of Ghana.
Every day, I think I should read something, a passage, an article, something, but then I do read every day.
Personally, I have keen interest in history, and I always want to have broad knowledge about stuffs. So, for instance, anywhere I find myself, whether being in a car or whatever, anything I see around, at least, I try getting a little knowledge about it. So that ushers me into liking more reading.
And then, some teaching assistants at the University of Ghana who explained what they have observed has become the norm with students they teach and interact with.
More people are getting addicted to social media, and in forms that are more like music and videos, games, all those things like texting, but it doesn't really give people the time to, I want to sit down, go through a book, unless of course they make like a conscious effort, a deliberate effort to say that, okay, I want to take this time to read.
What we see as teachers, I should say, that only course materials that are required of them, that we see them trying to get knowledge from. But to actually go the extent of reading those things online, it is very difficult, unless maybe they want to seek more knowledge to do an assignment, these IAs you are talking about, unless maybe there are websites that they have to go to tap knowledge and then use that idea to answer those questions. But for a general view or for their personal use, that they are going on social media to read things that's educative, you don't see often.
I probed more to answer this question. Why is social media becoming more popular among the youth?
Social media has something that it connects to my habit of reading. If you ask me why I read, I'll tell you it's more about curiosity. I'm a very curious person. So every now and then I keep asking myself questions. And I find the intersection of social media and reading as a means to answer those questions. So sometimes I would see something in the news and it would trigger an interest to go and read about it. And that's one way to look at it.
It's fun. It's an experience. Social media is live. It's just become a culture that has basically come to stay. We're all accustomed to using social media. Everybody is okay with using social media. And the thing with social media is social media doesn't have boundaries. There's no language barrier, unlike with books. So that's everybody finds it more easier, feels comfortable, feels like themselves on social media. People's experiences, getting to interact with people everywhere. Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
A visit to the Accra Central Library revealed more. Ordinarily, the library is a place for leisure reading, academic reading, a place for acquiring knowledge and referencing. But librarians at the Accra Library, Ghana's oldest library, told us though patronage is high on the part of children, the facility is gradually becoming a place for referencing and academic reading for the youth.
We have the SHS class. They come to always use our academic books. And we also have the adult class. I would term them as the working class. They come to they usually use our history collection and then also the fiction collection. That's what the adults group, that's the working class, they come to, the books that they come to use. For the SHS group, they don't really come here to read outside the academic category. mostly the ladies, they sometimes come and then they will see them reading some of the fiction books. So sometimes you will get some of the SHS females reading fiction books, but on a scale of 10, over 6.5, they will come for academic books.
These students who were visiting the library told us why they were there.
I come here to study. I read storybooks and other things, novels and those things. So it's helpful.
I work in school at the same time, so normally I use my lunch hours to come here to solve some questions. Yeah, so basically to study. I love to read, but of late I don't read because I have limited time. My social media, I would say like 4% or 3%. Yeah, because combining these two, like as I mean, so I have to use my lunch hour to come here. I don't even have the time. Yeah, so normally the little time I have, I invest them into my in either reading, which I barely do of late.
According to Mr. Hayford Siang, a decline in the book stock in the country's libraries contributed to a massive decline in patronage for about 5 years till 2016, when there was a revamp and subsequently a translating increase in patronage.
In 1981, Ghana had about 36 public libraries across the country. And guess the number of books that was on the shelves of public libraries. Can you guess? We had 1,049,526 books on the shelves of these 36 libraries across the country. Fast forward into 2016, we had increased the number of libraries to 61. Guess the number of books on the shelves of public libraries in the country. 349,941. Does it does it ring a bell? Yeah. A very significant drop. So that is why over the years you will probably have heard Ghanaian children are not reading. You know, we don't see about libraries. It's because the shelves of public libraries in the country were empty. So if you send your child to the library space and they don't find the resources there, the Diary of the Wimpy Kids, they are not on the shelves. Now all the children, they are reading Diary of the Wimpy Kids. If a child goes to the library and they don't find it on the shelves, do you think they will be motivated to go to the library again? No. Now, over the past 4 years, we've increased the number of books now to 1,195,008 books on the shelves of public libraries. And that is why you've also seen a corresponding increase in the number of people that visit.
That's one way to look at it. But now, there are electronic books which are accessible on many social media platforms. It is for this reason Mr. Siang argues that social media, contrary to assertions that it is increasing the trend of lazy reading, has rather made reading much easier and access to learning materials more stress-free.
I strongly believe that social media has amplified and has also helped to increase the level of reading of our citizens. Because in those days, consumption of text now through electronic devices is high, and information is rapidly evolving and is moving at a faster pace than ever before. And I think our citizens are getting preoccupied with reading this text or consuming these text resources from electronic devices. Don't assume that because they don't sit to pick a book from the shelf and read, they are not building a lifestyle of reading, or they are not consuming information. The question we have to ask is that, are our citizens consuming the relevant materials? That should be the question. Are the content that they are consuming through social media, is this something that is bringing value to them?
So I think it's about the period, because it cannot be the case also that those who did not have the distraction of social media prove to be better readers, more intelligent people. It may not be the case, because today a lot more young people have access to information far more than the older generation could ever get. That is also because of access. So I think it's a time thing. And if you were born in this period, this generation, as a student, any other thing, you would really learn the ropes of how to still deliver and fulfill your responsibilities, duties as someone who is integrated into the social media culture, and also as someone who is a student who loves reading and all of that. So there's room for all of that. I mean, these days, if you take, iPads, mobile phones, people have files, tons of reading materials on those platforms. There are people who find it very difficult, for me personally, apart from maybe philosophy books, because there's something with the nature of those books, how old they are, and it feels nice when you are reading them physically like that. Otherwise, given the option, I would always choose a soft copy over a hard copy.
Nana Kwesi Jan Apinting disagrees to some extent. Yes, social media is a good place to read, but distraction on this platform is inevitable, particularly with the abundance of apps.
I'm not saying people should only read hard copy.
Yeah.
They can read, but they don't. And the reason we don't, not even they, we all don't read as much as, is because when you take a book, there's no other purpose than to read. You know, if you have a conversation, an internal dialogue is with the book. But this one does so many different things. So I may come and sit in this nice place with a view to read a book, but then I'll see this view and I've got a camera. So before I know, I've become a cameraman and I'm taking pictures. It has music on it. Before I know, I'm listening to music. So if I take a book, the book is not going to play music to me. The book is not going to distract me from reading it. In fact, when I take a book, I am going to read it. It is for that reason that we advocate that even though you can read on the electronic copy, on your phones and tablets and laptops and all that, in fact, to cultivate the reading culture, it is better to use hard copy books, as we know, so that you form the habit.
But for Joshua and Daniel, many of the youth today have either not discovered the beneficial sides of social media as far as knowledge acquisition is concerned, or they prefer the entertainment and fun side.
I believe that a lot of youth today haven't cultivated the habit of reading from their early days, and so they don't have any other option but to go where they feel they can get enjoyment. But then here's my take: they don't understand what they read most of the time, especially when it comes to pertinent issues that affect our daily living, and so they just go there for entertainment purposes without actually getting the benefits one can obtain from the usage of social media.
For people who are very much interested in reading and very much aware of the fact that the world is changing, they have to keep up with global trends. I think these people would want to capitalize on social media to augment their knowledge base. But for those who they aren't even interested in reading, they feel, okay, then social media is the place that I can just go post pictures of myself, you know, do all kind of things to. Some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular. And that's a very real issue.
Daniel also mentioned the role society appears to be playing in subtly determining the focus and interest of the youth as far as social media content is concerned. He believes many young persons have become more inclined to consuming entertainment-related content because it is what society has made them believe makes more waves.
We've evolved as a society, and we are a reflection of the kind of society that we're living. So if you live in a society where social media is more or less like something that everyone wants to have, and everyone goes there to show what they've got, and everyone is like, okay, do you have a social media account? Why do you have a social media account? Very few people will tell you because I want to get information from there. But most people look at social media from the angle of popularity, going out there to show what they have and all of that. So, you know, our current society has a reflection on how we think about some of these things.
Okay.
And you realize that at the end, reading is pushed to the background.
After all the views, one thing was very important: the way forward. And I got varied opinions from the experts and some youth alike. First, though, these youth told me how influential their parents have been in the development of their reading habits.
I picked one for my dad. My dad he's growing older, but still he likes reading. And then not him alone. With my, I think, was it primary 2, primary 3 thereabouts, I was very dull. I was more than the weakest student. And I had this very teacher, say, Cornelius, I always praise him anywhere I find myself, that he inculcated into some of us this habit.
So my mom was a seamstress, what we call now, I mean in the past we call adieye. Growing up, I mean, my mom was not educated, and so she realized that the only way she could develop her kids' was to get them things like books. So even though she could not read, mostly anytime she's coming back from her normal vocation, she will bring along books she couldn't read. And you could imagine that sometimes she sits beside you when you're doing your homework. She has no idea what you're doing, but she says, oh, this thing, you should have done it this way. She has no clue. So for me, it was more of my mom.
And the solutions came one after the other.
With children, give them the feel of real books.
Okay.
When they grow up, they would love books, and then even if they have to add books electronically and all that, they would already want to acquire knowledge and information through books. A book is a whole phenomenon. It is not just you go online and Yabroni and the latest gossip thing, you know. We all like gossip. We all read a bit of gossip, you know. And Efra Schwarzenegger has said this and that. But those are not books. So people are reading, but we want them to cultivate the habit of reading a book from beginning to the end, challenging themselves to acquire their knowledge and information in that systematic way.
In leveraging social media, people can follow very strategic people in society, not necessarily in Ghana, but what ideally you wouldn't have gotten on a silver platter. I told a gentleman not too long ago that I skip all Ghanaian content on TikTok. It sounds a bit discriminatory, but I told him I didn't care because they were not adding any value. And the algorithm is so intelligent that it has realized that I really don't enjoy Ghanaian content because it's all kinds of things. People displaying all kinds of things I cannot say on record. But when you follow some other platforms on the same TikTok, people are teaching you how to use Excel. People are teaching you how your laptop works. Social media will provide you with that space where hitherto what you would have struggled to mobilize, it presents it to you on a silver platter. But then of course you must know how to harness that plethora of energy that is given to you on that mere foot.
Ghana's literacy rate, according to Statistica.com, grew by a massive 21% from the 57.9% figure in 2000 to 79.4% in 2018. Is this reflective of the general reading habits of the youth? What can be done?
Business Moments is the brainchild of the late Echo Blankson, who passed away on October 3, 2022. He recorded 2 episodes before his demise. He hosted the show with his usual fun, style, and finesse. GhanaWeb TV is releasing these episodes in his memory. In this episode of Business Moments, Echo Blankson interviewed Ivan Kwashiga. Ivan Kwashiga is the founder and CEO of Farmhouse Productions. His outfit is behind the award-winning series Things We Do for Love and YOLO.
All right, okay, this is the Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're heading out there to Osu Nyaneba Estates. We're going to meet somebody who can give us Bobby Taddy and Akpalen or something like that. Okay, I'll tell you all about it. Cheers. Here at Farmhouse Productions. Hey, and guess who we have here? The CEO himself. Ivan Kwashiga. It's so good to see you, man. And of course, hey, you are all welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're here to talk to a legend, Ivan. Very soon, you get to know a lot more about him. Okay, come with us.
Yeah. Wow. So, are you coming downstairs to see me?
Oh, yeah, of course, of course. Well, welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Over here, we just talk to business gurus. I'm talking about CEOs of established businesses. And obviously, we make sure we find out the trends in business and how they've been able to establish their business to the places where they have gotten to right now. What we can learn from them. The youth are trying to pick up, trying to get to know them. Obviously, this is the place to learn a little about business. And today, guess what? We've gone all the way to Kita. I'm not talking about Kita, where it's in the Volta region. We are actually here in Accra. This is Farmhouse. But this man actually was born in Kita. And indeed, we're going to learn a little about Bobby Taddy and all that. Just kidding. We're going to learn a little about what he does. He is a guru in filmmaking, actually a legend. And also he does quite some other things in terms of business marketing, events, and what have you. We're going to learn a lot more about him and about what he's doing and how we can learn. Welcome to Business Moments.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ivan Kwashiga.
Yes.
All right, that's his name.
Yeah.
Well, I have mentioned your name right now, but let me just pull your legs a bit. I hear that you like Bobby Taddy a lot. Is that true?
I love everything.
And it originated from Kita.
Of course. Yeah.
All right. Has it got anything to do with your business and how successful you've been?
Having been brought up from Kita.
Yes.
Of course. I came from a quite an interesting background where, I think I must have said it 1,000 times. I was born close to a cinema house. And I lived in a home where my uncles and aunties were more of entertainers. And at the time we were growing up, there's no spinning groups like sound systems and things that would that would play at funerals and other celebrations. My aunties and uncles were the band, like they sing. And so they would sing in parts and things like that. And then they would enact, you know, plays and things. And we saw most of those things. And then the other significant thing I did was when we were growing up, we used to go and take the cinema board around town. There was a cinema house across the road called Premier Cinema. And then next to me was, to our house was Croydon, but Croydon wasn't working, but Premier was working. So any time they brought film to Qatar, we would go around with the cinema, the board, to promote it, ringing the bell. To promote it.
So you mean the filming has been in your genes?
Of course. I mean,
so it's something that
I
you
look back and I say that it's like some divine hand was, you know, pulling me through all this.
Wow. We're going to talk about something that has come out of our genes that we, you know, that we want to grow with. I always talk about talents and continuing in that skill to be successful. But we'll talk about that. But tell us a little bit about you and business.
Well, personally, I'm Ivan Kwashigana, you know. I make films. I went to NAFTI. I did film directing in NAFTI. And then having finished NAFTI, I worked at the National Service Headquarters, their photo unit. And then I worked at Lintas for about 13 years. And having done that, I felt the need to step out and try myself what I could do. So I set up Farmhouse Productions. I am married with 3 kids. None of them is in secondary school now. So I'm sure you know. So they are all graduating from their university.
Very well. So you obviously, I know about you doing the NAFTI, and a lot more people also know. This man did one of the most beautiful productions while he was in school, and obviously you also taught some students in NAFTI as well. So in all of your graduation into who you are right now as a CEO, that's all you've been doing. You are very from primary school and everything. Let's forget about that. But when you got into tertiary, you started filming.
I went to NAFTI basically at the time that most people didn't know about NAFTI. And so most of my friends or my mates that were going to Legon and GIJ and other tertiary institutions thought that I was crazy because what are you going to be doing going to a film school? And most of them thought that we were going to be acting. The fact people did not know that films are made by people who are behind the camera. And so people didn't really take it that seriously. So it was purely out of the passion I had for the performing arts and also for filmmaking. I was fortunate to have met Mr. Atuyani, who wrote Genesis Chapter X and also made His Majesty's Sergeant. So he took me on set. That's where I actually developed. I realized that this is what I was supposed to be doing. And then also took me to NAFTI when they were editing the film that we shot. And then I thought that, no, this is where I was supposed to be. So I went to NAFTI. And so in the school, you know, I asked a lot of questions. So I got to know what I could do. So I knew from first year what I was supposed to be doing in second year, and then what I was supposed to be doing in third year. And I also realized that by the time you come out of school, you must have a calling card. Calling card means that you must make an impact as you're coming out of the school for you to be recognized. Do you understand? So I decided to do a documentary film in my second year, knowing very well that if I do a documentary film very well, I could stand a chance of winning a documentary film prize in my final year.
Great.
And then I also knew I had to do a feature film in the second year, and that too in the third year, and that too I did. And so somehow I was able to do both documentaries and drama. And also for writing the scripts, I also picked up prizes for writing scripts during the documentary.
So you were versatile.
So that made me very versatile.
Yeah.
But when we came out of film school, practically there were very few places to work at. Ghana Films, GBC. Then the private one was Videomart. But fortunately, some of the ad agencies were taking graduates of NAFTI to be trained as copywriters. So that is where I decided to go into the advertising industry. So I worked at, I joined Lintas. Lintas at that time was the biggest advertising agency. And they were the people that trained many of the people in the advertising industry in Ghana.
That's true.
The biggest and the oldest, actually. And so my days of ringing a bell, promoting cinema came in when I ended up in the advertising industry, and I was writing copy. So I wrote a lot of the most well-known campaigns.
I remember some of the adverts I did.
Guinness. How you did?
I did Unilever.
Pepsodent. Is it Pepsodent?
No, Kiso.
Kiso.
Yes,
okay, yes, Kiso. You were the lab.
Yes, I was the lab technician.
Yeah, you were the lab technician. So we wrote most of those commercials. Kiso, Royco, Guinness, Malta Guinness, GSMF Protector, Panther, Secure. We wrote most of those.
So indeed, even at Lintas, you wrote for all these businesses, these giants in businesses, and therefore understood their philosophy and was able to write or be creative on things like that. Was that paying you a lot of money?
Well, I mean, comparatively, you would say that, I mean, you are comfortable because you're doing what you love and you are being paid for it. And so it was great for me. I mean,
it was more of a startup too, also after school.
And a huge learning period for me. Because I saw a lot of things happen. And I was very, very fortunate because at the time I started, there wasn't private media. So we did not have the Joy FMs and all the other FM stations. We had, what do they call it, basically GBC to deal with. And then, so a lot of the things that we did, for instance, if you're talking about Things We Do for Love, how it came about, we had done a radio talk show with young teenagers on adolescent reproductive health. That was supposed to be airing on GBC FM, but it was rejected because they had children, young people talking about their sex and things like that. And they felt that it was a bit too raw, so they took it off. They said they didn't want it. And then, fortunately for us, Joy FM came up. Joy FM started work, and then they wanted to have it. So then we started running Speakeasy, and then we added a drama to it. And the drama was the Things We Do for Love, which ended up being produced onto TV. So a lot of the things that we did whilst working at Lintas are things that, you know, it was like we're just breaking boundaries. Anything you think about and you want to do, was possible.
So what I hear you say, and of course for the youth out there who are listening, when you are out of school and you're starting up, first of all, ensure that what you're doing you love. Do not focus on money, and then obviously it is an experience for you. These three things are things that you have just mentioned. Is that correct? Is there anything else that you think that we should learn when people are growing up in business?
I think that you said it. You mentioned talent.
Yes, exactly.
That is very, very important. I believe that everybody is born with a particular gift from God. And it is that thing that when you see, you are excited. It's that thing that when you are doing, you don't feel like you are actually working or you're doing anything. And when it is important that each young person needs to identify that gift quickly within them. People like Michelangelo, people like Bill Gates, all these guys started way when they were very, very young.
Very young.
Tiger Woods started when he was like 6 months, 2 years, he was already playing.
That's true.
So it gives you enough time to train when you discover your talent very early. And by the time you're getting into really to do your work, you would have gained a lot of experience, so that you are able to go through. So you're discovering your gift, as in your talent, is very, very important. And then you must hone it. And then if it's possible, you must hone it by understanding somebody who is already practicing from in that particular field. It gives you the opportunity to make your mistakes on the budget of someone else, because your boss would be able to accommodate your mistakes and help you to correct them.
So you are a legend, and obviously people have would say that you have come this far because you focused on one thing and kept doing the same things. Now, other people may think that, okay, I do not really know what I want to do, so let me try other things. You know, the haphazard way of doing things. I try one thing, it doesn't work. Let me try other things, it doesn't work. Until I find what is right for me. What do you have to say about that? Is it the right thing to do to get to a business level that is appreciable?
Well, whilst I was saying that it is good to find your gift early, it is not cast in stone. That people like KFC, what's his name, Colonel Sanders? Or,
Kentucky.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Actually discovered his gift around 60 something.
Yeah, 60, yes.
So there are exceptions. Do you understand? The main thing is for you to find something that you love doing. And when you're doing it, you know that you are not actually working. That's what they say. So for
it comes easy.
It comes easy to you. And the main thing, if you find what you love doing, when you wake up, you are eager to go do it, rather than being forced to go do whatever you want to. So for me, you have to just, I mean, if you are passionate about something, nobody tells you what to do.
Great. So I hear you say that time is not really a factor. Take it easy. You will get there. And then also make sure that whatever you are doing, to be able to be successful, you must love it. All right. Great. Let's come to Farmhouse Productions. You're the CEO of Farmhouse Productions. How has it been for you? And first of all, tell us all the dimensions of Farmhouse Productions, because I know that there are different areas of it.
Right. So Farmhouse Productions, somebody will ask me, why Farmhouse, the name Farmhouse? We cultivate ideas. I decided to select the name Farmhouse because of my experience of working with some production houses from South Africa, East Africa, and those places where you have quite strange names like Barefoot Productions, you know, Gargantuan Films, and those kind of.
I have one, Blue Banana.
Yes.
You know.
So you find a name that can start conversations. That is the trick. Because when they see the name, they want to know what is behind it. And then when you explain it and it's creative enough and interesting enough, they tend to think that, okay, you must be good at what you do. So Farmhouse Productions, I selected because it deals with cultivation. And so I said, we cultivate creative ideas. Okay. I started Farmhouse 2006 when I left immediately after leaving Lintas, Ghana. And the main idea is a production house where we produce corporate films, and then also my love for drama series and as well as to go into feature film productions has been the reason why I decided to leave and also to start Farmhouse. But having worked for so long in the advertising industry, I kept being pulled back to shoot commercials and also to help create campaigns and things for clients. So we have a corporate communication section where you have we work like a hybrid advertising agency.
Right.
We are also a full service agency that is part of the Advertising Association of Ghana. So we are paid up members of the Advertising Association of Ghana. But then we are also a production house. So when we are able to respond to briefs from clients, develop concepts and build campaigns for clients. Okay. That cuts across TV, radio, and all the other media. Okay. And then we are also into producing content like TV commercials, documentaries, and also TV series and stuff like that. Wow. So we are more or less like a one-stop shop. Where we deal with radio, audio productions as well as video productions. So basically, that is what Farmhouse has been set up. And so you come in, you have your account managers who are dealing with your with the clients one-on-one, and then we have the technical staff, and then we have post-production facilities.
Well. Great. That's very beautiful. And indeed, looking at it, you have been quite great with it, because I think that you are the go-to person when it comes to commercials. And then obviously your other productions have been very good. You won awards with Things We Do for Love and YOLO. Right? We're going to get to know him a lot more with his production and how successful he has been. Let's just take a break. You're on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Well, we're still talking to the legend here on Business Moments. And obviously, this is a place where you learn a little more that you don't know about. Okay, I'm sure that you have learned so far a lot from Ivan. And we're going to ask him a few more questions about how successful he has been and what you can take out of that. All right. Well, Ivan, you've been telling us a lot about what we should do with business when we start, why we should start up slow and enjoy what we are doing, and also not look at time, but also focus on our talents and build on that skill. So that's very nice. You've been telling us also about farmhouse productions and why we should be creative with choosing of names so that it will attract attention. And we believe that that is really coming from your advertising. You've also told us about the hybrid of farmhouse productions and what you do that everybody or a business, a corporate institution can get everything from you, right? Very good. So now, can we get to know exactly what has brought you this far? First of all, I want to ask you, are you rich?
Relatively, I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, but isn't that the most important thing?
Yes, you have to be happy with yourself. What
exactly.
You do, if you are able to, you see, farmhouse, I started it from my bedroom, right? At the time, I felt that I needed some more challenge because I was doing about the same things over and over again. I was quite getting tired of. So I felt like, and I started from a bedroom while still working. So if anybody would learn anything from this thing, your side hustle can become your main hustle.
Indeed.
Right?
Indeed.
Okay, so we get that out of the way. Am I comfortable? Yes, I am. I'm happy with what I'm doing.
Okay.
And what has brought us this far, delivery. When I tell a client that your work will be ready tomorrow at 8, it's ready at 8 or even earlier.
Okay.
So it means that I'm able to give all my best to make sure that I deliver. So delivery is very, very key to our success.
Very well.
And then also, the world is governed by very simple rules. One of the most important rules is about giving. Where you give a client service that the client feels that you have given more than he has paid you. When you continue doing that, the client will become your promoter.
Yes, there'll be repeat purchase
all the
in
time,
business.
because they know that you have gone above and beyond the call of duty to this thing. So giving is very important. It's not only giving in church, but giving in every aspect of your life. And making sure that people feel you respect them, you appreciate them, and you would see the results.
When we're growing up, people could do businesses and sometimes they don't pay you, so we say it's nyami work.
Yes.
Is that part of the giving?
Well, when I started from NAFTI till date, there have been people that I've worked for that have not paid me, but I gave all my best.
Great.
And at this moment, I can say that those that did not pay, I am still being paid for those jobs, because I came out of those with a lot of experience. Do you understand? I would have been cheated of something, but I've gained experience by practicing. And I always say that the young people who come out of school these days, and when they ask you to do something, and you're like, okay, how much are you going to pay me? Meanwhile, they know next to nothing about what they are being asked to do. So you are rather coming to learn from me, and then you are. So for me, I'd like to encourage young people. Sometimes when we went out those days, it was only for the lunch that was given to us whilst we were working, that we even had in mind that, okay, if I sit at home, I'm not going to eat anything today. Let me go and do this work. Maybe we will have lunch to eat. That's it. But the experience that we gained being exposed to these experienced filmmakers working is still paying me till today, because I saw things that were done by these experienced people that you need to pay to learn. But we learned it for free because we availed ourselves.
Very well, very well.
And so that is it. And so delivery is very, very important. Going beyond the call of duty, making sure that your client is satisfied and feels that he has gotten the best for less. Okay, and also making sure that you are truthful. And the next thing is you must be humble to learn all the time.
Humble to learn.
Because our industry, things are happening every day. New equipment, new ways of doing things, new softwares, all kinds of things are happening every single day. And so you must not see yourself that you've completed school, so that's the end of your studies. But it's the beginning of your life studies. So you must be learning every day and reading. So one of the things I tell people is that you must look into the mirror, to conduct your own SWOT analysis, get to know what your strengths are, your weaknesses, opportunities that are available, and the threats. And always be assessing yourself and know and have a goal that by this time I must be here, by that time I must be there. When we started Farmhouse Productions, I said we started from a bedroom. Then my bedroom. So the table, the equipment was next to my bed. Then later on I moved it into another bedroom. It became like we now had 2 editing machines. At a point I even had employees, 2 people working whilst I was still working at Lintas. When I came to Farmhouse here, we were in a very small cubicle downstairs. But bit by bit we were building and building till we've gotten to where we are. So start small. Is the key. They say it all the time, but most people don't really understand what it means by starting small. Starting small also means take pride in whatever little you have. It is only when you are grateful and thankful for the little that you have that God will bless you with a lot more.
Beautiful.
So I don't look down on small beginners at all.
Very well.
And that's why you would find me in the company of very young people, always trying to, because I learn from them too as well. So this is the secret to our
So business enthusiasts, awesome time with the legend, Mr. Ivan Kwashiga. Indeed, I call him Kwakuvi. I like that because I know that when I say it, I'll get some Bobby Taddy, and Akplan. or something like that. I mean, I love it. But it's been great, resplendence. We have learned quite a lot. We'll be right back when we talk to him a little more, and he will deliberate on the economic and political and how successful you can be at the end, and what makes you different. We will get to know him more. Okay, welcome back. My name is Blankson, Echo Blankson, and you are on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, and we are with the legend, Ivan Kwakuvi Kwashigan. I like that. I like the Kwakuvi part. I mean, we've been learning a lot from him, and I believe that this is indeed the school that we should be attending. It's a business school that we should be attending, and I think that's great so far. I'd like us to go into our economic positions right now in relation to business. We know about the inflation, we know about the issues that are happening in the world right now, and of course, of which Ghana is not left out.
Yeah.
How has that affected your business, either positively or negatively? I mean, we know about COVID as well. I'd like you to speak to all of those. Yes.
Well, I mean, sometime towards the end of 2019 when COVID started, and then in 2020 March thereabout when we had a lockdown. You know, Farmhouse, because we do a lot of corporate productions or corporate communication work, by the beginning of the year, towards the end of the first quarter, we tend to know exactly what we are doing for the rest of the year. We tend to know because we would have sent in our bids, like pitch for jobs and things, and so you would have a lot of contracts, and then you start rolling them out at the end of the year. When COVID came, and we heard about COVID, immediately most of our corporate clients started, you know, either postpone or cancel, postpone, cancel. So it was becoming quite bleak for us because that was our livelihood, and most of those things were being cut because most of the things that we did had to do with people that it ends up in things that you had large crowds of people and all that. And so, and most of the clients were cutting back because they were quite uncertain about how long it was going to take for the situation to go down and all that. So we quickly realized that we were going to be in a very bad situation if we do not think outside the box. And so thinking outside the box is one of the things that if you want to be successful as a business person, you must do. You may end up, you may start by saying you want to sell computer software, whatever it is. But when things happen, you may end up selling charcoal. And you should be proud about that.
Yes, exactly. It shouldn't embarrass you at all.
At all. Yeah. So we said, we had a meeting in here in the office with all the staff, because at the time we started hearing of companies laying off their staff. And we said, no, nobody was going to go home.
So you made that as a point, more like our objective is to make sure that we keep our people.
We keep together, and that nobody was going to have a cut in there. This thing that would be if things go really bad, then we may consider that. But we assured everybody, and then the next thing is to think of what to do. So we had this script, the strike, which has been in the works, and we had already been thinking about coming up with an app that we can sell, because we have been thinking about the problems of the film industry and then how we can solve those problems. We did not, I'm personally not someone that likes to join the chorus of people who complain that we don't have this, we don't have that, and then we complaining. If we have a situation, I want to know I want to find out what we have in hand that we can use to solve the problem. So having done the MTN Apps Challenge, where we had young Ghanaians developing apps, we quickly know that it is possible here that there are people that can develop something that will be as good as the Netflix or the Showmans or whatever that we have there. So we called a few of them together and started developing the Farmhouse Movies app quickly. Whilst that was going on, we also went ahead to start shooting the series Strike, under very strict COVID protocols, ensuring that we stay within the protocols that were established by the government. So we completed that quickly. Even I think we completed it before the lockdown or just after the lockdown, and then we started editing and coming to work. At the time, the lockdown, people were not able to come out, but we were able to, one way or the other, manage to come to the office to shoot, to edit, and then we launched Farmhouse Movie. So for us,
this was digital.
This was a digital platform.
Exactly.
So it is the frustration that the COVID-19 brought actually gave us
it made you creative.
It made us creative, and then we built. So while some people would see a problem and throw their hands up and say, "Hey, we are in trouble," if you are a creative person, you are a serious business person, you can look at it and see where is the opportunity in this challenge.
Great.
How can I use that opportunity to be better than I was before that challenge came up? So that is what we did. And so far, we have done season 2 of Strike, and we are coming to produce some more content to be put onto the app, and also encouraging other Ghanaian filmmakers to use the app, because we feel that with the challenges of the way the film industry was going, where people have problems finding places to exhibit their films, and even if they do, the revenue wasn't as good as it's supposed to be. We feel that the app could be something that can come in to help the industry. So instead of waiting for the brick and mortar to be done, like the cinema houses to be built for us, we can use technology to leapfrog that problem.
Great.
And it's such that once you put your content on that app, somebody in New Zealand, Australia, wherever they are in the world, can instantly access it. So that is a big opportunity for us there in the film industry. We're just trying to fine tune it, and then we as we go along. And for me, even the hitches are also learning curves for us. So I'm glad.
Oh, good. So you just told us about clients being prompt with time, in terms of time management, also going the extra mile to do what your clients want, a little more, for them to pay less for more. And then you've also taught us about thinking outside the box, being creative with the things that we do, and therefore that has led to using technology to advance digitalization and then to get people to do. Would you say that that is the way to go? I believe that we're talking technology now. The youth are the ones that we are targeting in terms of driving technology to the next level. In filming, would you say that that is what you are doing with technology?
Yes, like
with the Strike, I mean.
With Strike, yes. It was an experiment.
Okay.
To see whether it is possible for you to shoot a film, a series, and put it on a platform like an app like Farmhouse Movies, and use the current social media devices that are there, like the Instagrams and Facebook and the rest. Put your promos on those ones, and then see whether people can sit at home, download the app, pay, and then you get it in your bank account. And so once we were able to show that it is possible for us to do this, so you can now place your film on the app, and then people can download the app. And then if they want to watch an episode, the app tells them you have to pay.
Exactly.
And with your Momo, you pay with your Momo. Or if you have a card like MasterCard or Visa card, you pay.
And
then it goes into and then the next Monday is in the company's bank account.
I see.
That is fantastic.
Okay.
It doesn't get any better than
Yeah,
that. Do
yeah,
you understand?
indeed.
So all we have to do is to pursue it and make sure that we fine tune it for it to. We've tested it and it's possible. So now is the time to now upscale it and put a lot more productions on board. So the other thing too is learning. You were talking about learning new digital things. I said earlier on that you can't stop. Where we are now in the world, you cannot stop learning. Just before COVID, I could not speak the language of coding, like people like that. But now I talk about APIs, I talk about UX, user experience and these things, which is high-end digital language, but you are supposed to be learning every day. So we're learning in order for us to be able to communicate with these people. And also you must, I learn every day about my craft. Do you understand? New softwares are coming up. We have to learn about it. We have to know how to use them, because that is the only way you can separate yourself from the rest of the people that are practicing your trade. You always have to be one step ahead of every other person. You are not in competition with people, but you must be in competition with yourself, so that the things you know today, if tomorrow comes, you should be able to know more than what you knew yesterday.
Be ahead one step. Be ahead one step. This is what Ivan, the legend, is teaching us. We will take a break. We'll be back. Well, welcome back to Business Moments, where we learn a lot about business, how to start, how to grow, and how to become successful. And today we are talking to the legend, Ivan Kwashika, who is the CEO of Farmhouse Productions, and this is where we are. Now, we have learned a lot already. We have learned so much. We're going to go into the other end bits of what we think we should know about business. The trends of digitalization is what we are talking about. How successful we have been so far in Farmhouse Productions, and where do you want to go? What makes you different?
What makes us different is, as I said, is about we created an environment of learning and sharing of knowledge. We are in an information age, or digital information age, where a single idea can turn into billions of dollars. You can just take one idea, simple idea, and it can become huge. And so you have to be learning all the time. You have to be researching all the time. It is the wealth of knowledge and experience that we have that makes us different. And then another thing is our humility to want to continue to learn.
Exactly.
Because I don't think that I present as somebody who knows it all. The day you do that, that will be the beginning of the collapse of your business. So you must be humble to be learning every day, and learn from every angle, from books, from everywhere. We're sitting here, and if you're a business person and you do not know how the war in Ukraine is affecting your business, then you are not in business. If you do not know how the COVID situation has affected your business, then you are not in business. Because things happening in another corner of the world would always have an impact on your business. If Republicans win the American election, it has an impact on Farmhouse Productions. And if I tell you, you'll be surprised. If Democrats win, it has an impact. Why? Because I do a lot of health communication. And health communication has to do with family planning and all that. One of those parties is pro-choice. I see.
Yeah.
So
wow.
if a party is in power and their policies and how they resource the world in terms of family planning, communication, and all that would have an impact on.
Right. So this is the politics of business.
Business. Do you understand?
Oh wow.
So you
okay.
have to also be paying attention to all these things in order, because it would end up on your table.
Very well.
Do you understand?
Ah, great.
So these are the things that make us different.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's beautiful. Now, you have heard from the legend. I mean, these are nuggets of wisdom. You can't get it anywhere. You can only get it on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV with me, Blankson, Echo Blankson. We'll be right back.
Yeah, he'll be showing you.
Ah, okay.
That's for showing you.
Okay. So there will be sound.
Have you finished this one? Let me see.
I'm passing the phone to the lady.
I'm passing the phone to the
I passed the telephone.
So Ivan, this is one of your productions.
This is finale. This thing.
To have and to hold.
There's some small gimmick.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is what you're doing for DSTV.
Yes,
right?
DSTV.
Okay.
So this is one. All this is DSTV. So
oh, okay.
This is to have and to hold.
Okay.
The one
so what we see as huge as a studio is this. This is your factory.
Yeah, this is the end product.
This is the end product of the factory.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is Inspector Bediako.
Okay. This is another production.
Yeah, this is another production.
No taxes, no questions raised about your cash flow.
Your real name is Robert Sasso. Rob hard working beautiful men for a living.
Ah, beautiful.
Today is now
So
do you change these editors or?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what work is going on.
Okay.
So this here we do the grading, the colors.
The grade. And then you transport this to
from there to here.
From rather here to here. This is the finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is another production going on. This is a multiple camera.
Oh, okay.
Which one is it? RSM.
RSM. Okay. I see. Very well. So this will be the editing, the video editing.
Yes. Then we also have
and then
another. Okay, this is cool. Where is this one? He's gone. He's gone to school. Okay, so this is, which one is this? They are doing this one. So this is like he's doing motion graphics.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then this person is going back to school. He's gone to school.
Okay.
This is a documentary. This is one of them documentaries we do. This is for a client. This was filmed in the upper regions, northern region, northeast, and then upper east regions of Ghana. We shoot all over the
country.
So even at the moment, there are people in the northern part of Ghana filming.
Okay.
Like we have about 3 film crews out working, whilst Inspector Bediako is doing.
Very well. Very well. Very well. So this is the obviously the editing. They do editing for commercials and everything.
Everything, yeah. Right. And then we have downstairs. You saw the downstairs where they do that. So where is this? Which one is? Can you play? Can you go back a bit?
No, they've not connected.
Have you got it? They haven't connected anything. Oh. Okay, I wanted.
They're all working on the drives.
Oh, okay.
And this just one. That's why they do the
end credit. Okay.
Okay. I think we'll just now go down.
Go down. Okay.
Yeah. Wonderful time being here.
Yep.
The engine. Engine of where everything happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like some of our
And
clients.
I like this artistic way. Some of your products, right?
Yeah, so like Modec, this is Modec.
Okay.
Modec is connected to tallow oil. We do that.
Okay.
Onga, okay. This is Care. This is our charity. We do a charity work. Like we help.
Obviously.
These are underprivileged children in Tema. There's a school that we support there. That's MTN,
Unilever.
Unilever, Defeat, USAID, Promotional, Guinness, Hitmaker.
Yeah, very soon we'll see GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah. so that is
yeah. Beautiful compound you have as well.
Yeah, small.
Yeah.
Small.
This is more the advertising side.
Yeah, this is like client management.
Client management.
Yeah, so account, or we call it account management. If
Okay.
you want to. So basically what happens here is that they interface with the client. So every time that when a job comes in, this is the first point of call.
Right.
Before it gets to the technical people, the creative people, and all that. So yeah. So again, on the wall, you can see some of the clients that we work for. Design.
So about how many people do you have in total?
We have permanent about 20, 22 people.
Oh, beautiful.
But then we work with over almost 100 part-time people, contract people.
Yeah.
So every production you see loads of contract staff working. And so, I mean, depends on each person's strength and their specialization and the job requirements. Then we deploy whoever we feel can work. So all the time, there are people that are not permanent staff that they are working on.
So hi, young lady, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Very well, very well. I know Ivan is somewhere around here. He's not very close. Are you happy working with Ivan Pashigan?
Of course.
Working for Farmhouse Production?
Yes.
What have you learned so far? Are you learning anything? Are you developing? What can you say about Farmhouse Production?
Okay, so I've been here for close to 5 years.
Okay.
I think I started my career in farming.
Wow, beautiful.
Yes.
That feels good.
And my role, I do with clients, so I've learned a lot about dealing with clients.
Beautiful.
Commercial, performance, and all those things.
Ah, that's nice. Thank you very much. I just wanted to know a little about you.
All right.
Okay, what's your name again?
Victoria.
Victoria,
Yes,
nice talking
and I'm an account manager.
Ah, beautiful. Cheers. Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Ah, it's great to meet you.
It's
Farmhouse Productions. Are you happy here?
Very happy.
Of course, I didn't think you were saying something different.
No,
For how long have you been working with?
2 years, 7 months.
For
I
2 years,
think.
7
Yes,
months.
going
and
on my 3rd year now.
What has been the experience?
Ah, great. I like to say that I didn't know anything before I joined the team, but now
you know.
I'm good.
Yeah,
you know?
good.
I've gathered skills. I've grown over the years.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready for the world.
I see that you're versatile. I've seen you a couple of other things, although you do client service, right? Client service, account management. All right,
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, that's what brought me to Farmhouse. I wanted to be an actress, and then I got into the job, and I'm enjoying myself.
Okay.
So yeah. Right.
So what's the name again?
Christiana.
Christiana.
Yes,
Okay,
Christiana.
Christiana is happy with what she does here,
She is.
and so is everybody else.
Yes,
Is that right?
yeah.
Okay, keep it going.
Thank you.
All right. How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Timothy Ayu.
Timothy, my name is Jacob Langson. We came to talk to Ivan. He has taught us a lot. I presume that working for Ivan, you have learned a lot. Tell me, if you haven't, say it so.
I have learned a lot.
You have? What have you learned?
You know, Mr. Ivan is a man of discipline. And that's one thing I have actually learned from him. His way of leadership.
Okay.
Yes, and it's something I am learning secretly.
It's like leadership. He teaches a great, and you know, he's taught a lot of people, our audience, a lot. You know, told them to be quite taciturn, to be focused, to also learn to be humble, to do a little more for the client. You know, go the extra mile. Yes, indeed, you have learned some things. Okay, so you have actually learned so much. And you think that you'll be here for a long time with him?
Yeah, hopefully. I would want to work with him.
Okay. What do you do actually?
I'm a PA to the chief administrator.
Okay.
Yes. So I assist there. And when there's
going to
be much to do. Yeah.
Beautiful. And I see that you also do some other things on the production.
Acting.
Wonderful talking to you, Timothy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sure. Take care. Well, we have learned so much from you, and I didn't want it to stop. Mr. Kwashiga, thank you very much for the moment on Business Moments, and we're very happy that you've also enjoyed yourself. GhanaWeb TV is AVOD. It's actually the advertiser-based video on demand, and so the advertiser pays for what we do, and we believe that this would go a long way to get more people on GhanaWeb TV. We also have GhanaWeb Reporter, where we democratize journalism, and then we also have GhanaWeb Club, where we have a community of members who go out there and patronize different products on a discount. There's so many things coming up. We also have GhanaWeb Memorial. I can go on and on. But thank you once again. It's been wonderful having you. And you out there, if you watched it, I'm sure that you enjoyed every moment of Ivan Kwashiga. Resplendence, awesome, and of course, legendary. If you took notes, I am sure that it will help you. If you didn't take notes, go back. It's AVOD. You can always view on demand and check it out. Take notes this time and make sure that you apply it to your business. Let's see you again next week. My name is Jacob Langston. Catch it.
Previously on People and Places.
We the Igbos traced our origin from Israel. Most Igbos have fair in complexion.
Okay.
Most Igbos have forehead.
Okay.
Most Igbos have flat kind of hair.
Ghana, Nigeria, Jollof. Which one do you prefer?
Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout.
Hello again. Thank you for choosing us. This is still People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Now, in our last episode, we had a conversation with His Royal Majesty, the King of the Igbo community in Ghana, with focus on their traditions and who they are as a people. Now, we continue that conversation, but this time we focus on their stay in Ghana and their relations with the people of Ghana. Join us right after this break. My name is Wanda Amihagan. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are going to have another very interesting conversation with the Diasporan King of the Igbo community here in Ghana. I'm speaking to His Royal Majesty, Dr. Eze Chukwudi Ihenetu. Eze, welcome to the second part of the show. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
So, how much do you know about Ghana?
Ghanaians are great and wonderful people. Ghanaians are very welcoming people. Ghanaians are people that have human sympathy. Ghanaians are people that like to share ideas. Ghanaians are people that give their life to a true friend. Ghanaians are people that you can trust them at all times. Ghanaians are people that maintain their culture. Ghanaians are people that have respect to their elders. If I keep talking about things I've seen and I've learned in Ghana, it will take us under 2-3 hours. But all I know is Ghanaians are great and good people.
Beautiful. You came to Ghana some 27 years ago. When did you meet your wife?
I came to Ghana in 1995. I started bringing in goods here, bringing in calculators, belts, spare parts, a whole lot. Depends on the demand of the people. You know, those days, most things that they consume in Ghana come from Nigeria. It's not now that we start going to Dubai, China, and all those areas. And we'll come to Ghana, we'll bring goods, we'll sell, we'll stay like 2 weeks, collect our money, we'll go. People also order things from us. Along the line, I met my wife in 1998. Then we
1990. You came to Ghana in
1995. I started coming to 95.
So you met your wife 3 years after you came to Ghana.
I came to Ghana 8th of February 1995. That's my first trip to Ghana.
Okay.
I don't forget it. So we started dating. We dated like 3 months.
Okay.
And I love her so much. Then I went in for marriage.
Wow.
I married her 3 months after the date. So we married August 1998.
In Ghana or in Nigeria?
In Ghana, yeah,
okay.
1998. So from that time to now, 24 years of our marriage. So, and she's been a very great woman to my life, a backbone, an advisor to me, a strength to me, a prayer warrior. Things about my wife is so great, you know. So since I met her, life is good. And we love each other till tomorrow. And I have only one wife.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
No other wife, because she's so great.
I'm sure she'll be smiling when she hears everything you said about her.
She knows I talk about her everywhere. I'm so much proud of my wife.
So talking about love, I mean, you've spoken about so many things you've observed about Ghana, but I'm sure you've interacted with some of your people. What do they usually tell you that they love the most about Ghana?
If Ghanaians are not good, they will not be able to accommodate Nigerians. Sorry to say, the Nigerians, we are very fast people. You know, maybe what you are not expecting of a Nigerian will just get it down quick and move his way. So it's only somebody that loves you must have patience for you. If a person don't love you, he will never have patience for you. So something I'm telling you, something every Nigerian, every Burma in this country Ghana will tell you, that Ghanaians are good. That's why they can accommodate us.
Wow.
Yes.
And how easy has it been blending in since you came to Ghana?
Life can never be easy. Jesus did not even find it easy living here on earth. God in heaven didn't find it easy from devil. Devil fought him. So as long as life is concerned, if anybody's saying that life is easy, I tell the president, know what you're talking about. Life is not easy and it can never be easy. So before you get to a certain level in life where you relax, you have to work so hard to get that stable level of life. And even at all it is stable, there are still challenges on top of that stable you are. So life is not easy. You cannot get it easy anywhere in the world. But all I know that Ghana is a blessed land to me, to my family, and to every Burma in this country, Ghana.
Are there any similarities you've noticed between Ghanaians or any tribes in Ghana and any tribes in Nigeria or the Igbo people?
Yeah, the Gans have a similar lifestyle, cultural display with the Yorubas. And by the history we'll learn, the Gans came from Ilife, from Yoruba land. Now the Yam Festival that the Yam Festival will display in Ghana. Same thing, the Asogli Kingdom, that is my friend and a father to me, Togba Fede. Also, he celebrates Yam Festival. And many other tribes here in Ghana celebrate Yam Festival and different things. So there are a lot of similarity. The only difference here is the language.
Okay.
Languages are different, but African history, African tradition is a similar thing. Remember that as I'm sitting down here in this throne today, the Ghana Traditional Council played a wonderful, great role inducting Igbo throne in Ghana. That's why every time I always give very big thanks to Ninde Dosaki, the acting president of Ghana Traditional Council during the time of my coronation.
Are there any specific traditions that you think are here and there?
There are so many kingdoms here in Ghana that celebrate the Yam Festival, and something that we do. There are some kingdoms here also around the Volta North that celebrate Rice Festival. So, similar things, yeah.
Right.
Then the masquerade dance will display. There are so many areas in Ghana that display also cultural dance. Okay, even the airways, they display the Mang we saw at that place. So there are a lot of similar things, you know.
As I would want to take a quick break.
Okay.
We'll want Enam to give us some facts about Ghana. Quickly, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Mole National Park, located in the northwestern part of Ghana, is the country's first, largest, and most prestigious wildlife refuge. It is best known for its elephant population and other primates. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Welcome back from the break. That was some facts about Ghana from Enam. And we are still having an interesting conversation with the king of the Igbo community in Ghana. Eze, since you came here, I'm sure as a royal, you have interacted with some other chiefs and kings in the country from different tribes. What's your relationship generally with the traditional leaders of Ghana?
Okay, I have a very good relationship with a lot of Ghana traditional rulers, both kings and queens. By the special grace of God, I'll first of all talk about the Ghana people. I am very close to the entire Ghana kings. Like I said, from 2012 when I was coronated, Ghana Traditional Council played a major role. Then the president was Ninde Dosaki, who was the acting president of the Ghana Traditional Council then. Him and all the Ghana Paramount kings were all here, and after that they inducted me. They inducted the Igbo throne in Ghana to Ghana Traditional Council. I give them very big thanks on that. And we moved on to Then the president, Regional House of Chiefs, Osumanche, that died, may so rest in peace. We moved on also to the National House of Chiefs that we also met with Togba Fede, of which we are very close with him. We are very close to so many paramount kings and non-paramounts in Ghana. Also very close to the Ashanti Hene Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Osei Tutu, the Ashanti Hene. We're also very close to him. So we are very close to so many kingdoms in Ghana, and also close to Yana at the north. In all the 16 regions, even the current president, the National House of Chiefs, we're also close to him. The Nungwamanche, Professor Willinty, yeah. So we are close to so many of them. Both Queen Mothers are very close to them. And Ghanaian traditional institution, I would say it's one of the best in Africa. I cherish them a lot. They know how to handle royalty. They know how to promote culture. They know how to speak the language. They know how to display the language. And they know how to welcome visitors in their land traditionally. So I so much cherish, and I also learn a lot from the culture and tradition of Ghana. I learn a lot. More especially, there's a lot of patience in their traditional culture, and a lot of communication within each other, and coming together. So it's one of the best.
Right. That's on the part of tradition or traditional leaders. Have you met or interacted with any of the country's presidents or past presidents?
Yeah. To the glory of God, from the time we started this throne, we paid courtesy call to President J.J. Rawlings. May so rest in peace. May so rest in peace. May so rest in peace. Paid a courtesy call to him, and he adopted this throne as a shared. We're very close, and sometimes he invited me. Even when the mother died, he told me, "I want you to bring your masquerades," of which I displayed the masquerade when the mom died. We are very close to him. Also very close to former President of Ghana, Arthur Mills. May so rest in peace, in Jesus' name. Also, from there, we also know the former President of Ghana, President Kofo. We're also very close to President Kofo. Very close to President Kofo. He loves us. You know, President Kofo loves Nigerians a lot. He loves us. We're close to him. We also do receive advice from him sometimes. President Mahama, also close to him. He loves us. He loves Nigerians. The current president of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo, he loves us. He loves Nigerians. We know him. Also close to him. I can remember 2017, one of our young festivals that's so big like that. After the festival, he hosted myself and the president, Nigeria Traditional Ruling Council, Esunupe, right in his house in Nima. And a couple of times, we've also met with him. He's a great leader and a father to the nation, so whom we are submissive to his authority as the President of the Republic of Ghana. So we are pleased to the entire leadership of Ghana, from traditional institution to government till today. By the special grace of God, they know of our existence, and we are submissive. The entire Igbos, this throne, we are submissive to the authority of Ghana. We are submissive to traditional institution of Ghana. we are submissive to government institution of Ghana. We are not challenging any authority in Ghana, but rather we are submissive to the authority because we are foreigners. And anything that we do must be according to the rules and regulation of the land. We cannot dwell here or having Igbo kinship without the approval of the land. If the landowner, the landlords, the host nation, if they don't want the existence of we Nigerians or Igbos in this country, we will not function. But because they gave us the opportunity, that's why we are functioning. So we are submissive to the authority, and we promise to be loyal to the authority of the land at all times, and not to violate the laws of the land, rather to add more to the value of the land by doing business in Ghana, bringing investors, having our own properties, building in Ghana, developing businesses. We add more to the economy of Ghana. So we respect the land.
Really good to know. Now, your relationship with your fellow ethnic groups in Ghana. There are Hausas, there are Yorubas. I don't know if you have any other ethnic groups in Ghana, but what's your relationship with them?
We have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So within the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, the ones that are functioning very, very well is the Southeast, South-South, Southwest, and the North. So all these ethnic groups, but in Nigeria, the major ethnic group is 3 groups: Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. And we are very close to each other. I believed you were at the Yam Festival last Sunday on the 18th. Yorubas were there in full, both their kings and their chiefs. Hausas are there in full. South-South, they are there in full. All tribes of Nigeria that live in Ghana were there. So we are very close. We work closer to each other. Nobody is working to leave his brother behind. We are all working close to the glory of God.
What unique things are there about Igbos that maybe Ghanaians or other people around the world may not know about?
The unique things about the Igbo is well known. I don't think there's a unique thing hidden about Igbo that people don't know. Everybody knows that every Igbo man is a hard-working person. Everybody knows that every Igbo man is an entrepreneur. Everybody knows that every Igbo man loves education. Everybody knows every Igbo man loves doing business. Okay? Commerce. Everybody knows that every Igbo man wants to live in peace with his wife or her husband. Everybody knows that every Igbo man loves children. Everybody knows that every Igbo man, the priority of every Igbo man is his wife and his children. An Igbo man can decide to go barefooted, but the wife and the children are in the car. The happiness of Igbo man is, oh, that is Chuk's wife and the children. They feel good, feel buga. You know what I'm saying? They feel buga. So, the priority of them is, oh, my son is in Lagos, my son is in America, my son is here schooling, my wife is there and that. So these are unique things about Igbo man, and everybody in the world know, because Igbos are all over the world, even where you never expected to send Igbo man, he's there.
You see them.
So because of our lifestyle, people know everything about. There's no unique thing about Igbo man that is hidden.
Okay.
No lifestyle of Igbo man that is hidden.
Right. Now, we've spoken a lot about your stay in Ghana. You've spoken about your relationship with major people and even the ordinary people in Ghana. But what challenges have you faced, if any, since you came to Ghana? And even, I mean, from interacting with your people what are some of the challenges your people have told you they face living here in Ghana?
Myself, I have never faced any challenges in Ghana. All my years in Ghana has been very smooth, very cordial, very sweet, very profitable. At least your sister has given me 5 children. It's a benefit, right? Yes. But yes, my subjects, some of them face challenges. That challenges is at the area of trade. But my father in the Lord, T.B. Joshua, said, if you don't know the root cause of problem, you will not be able to solve it. The root cause of the problem is not a thing to blame Ghanaians or to work against the people of Ghana, but rather the root cause, we Nigerians are the ones that are supposed to look into the root cause and solve the problem ourselves. Now, second solution will be pleading for mercy. Okay? Pleading for judgment for mercy. What am I saying? In the area of trade in Ghana, the laws of Ghana prohibit foreigners not to be into retailing in their local markets. Either you register your company as a foreigner by declaration of either goods or money through the Bank of Ghana, $1 million. You register your company with 0.5% of that money as Registrar General, and also the GIPC documentation certificates and all that. Then you can now trade as a foreigner, but still you need to employ about 25 Ghanaians. You can trade. Or you open your company by having a Ghanaian as the chairman of your company. Now at that level, you're not going to do all those kind of declarations anymore. But the question is, how many of our people here can raise $1 million to put in a bank as a share capital, or that can import goods that are worth $1 million in Ghana? How many of them can do this? That is the question. That's where we're having a problem that's hanging on our neck. You understand? So those that are capable enough are doing this. Those that are not capable enough are hustling to survive. Some of them, maybe their shop is not even valued up to $5,000, $10,000. Where on earth can they raise such money? The other way around, those that also have Ghanaians as the chairman of their company, they're also flourishing. So, but remember that a little drop of water makes a mighty ocean. Most of the people that are well-to-do right now, that have those documentation, started from somewhere, and they grow up to a certain stage where they are now today, that they are dwelling at that level of having all these documents. So I always tell the government of Ghana and the Ghana Trade Union to tamper justice with mercy by looking at we Nigerians that we are brothers and sisters. As we are trying to survive here, Ghanaians are also somewhere trying to survive. When we look at all these areas, we can see the way to accommodate ourselves. And when the shops of these people are locked, it affects their feeding, house rent, light bills, water bills, children education, and their health. Because if the shops are locked and the business in there are locked, let's for instance, someone is sick in the family. How can the father take that child or that woman to hospital? Maybe the children are hungry, crying for food. But there's goods in the daddy's shop, but it's locked. How would they eat? And these things also generate crime. When the children are hungry, the father look at the kids, they are hungry, crying. There's no money. If somebody brainwash him to go and do something silly, evil thing to make money, he will go. Because the kids must eat. The children are in the hospital. They need hospital bills. Men need to pay hospital bills and there's no money. Then you see crime climbing more and more. But when out of mercy and they allow them to trade, that occupies their mind. Every trader is thinking how to sell his goods, how to get credit from wholesalers to put in shop, make money, make a return and send back. Thinking on where to send their goods. They're not thinking anything evil. They go to work in the morning, come back in the evening, they are tired, they are sleeping, wake up in the morning, go to work. But an idle man is devil workshop. When they sit one place and there's hunger at home, there's no food, people are sick, their minds start, going to different direction. So, and if they are here and their documents, maybe their resident permit is in order, or they have 90 days to stay in Ghana and they are doing business in Ghana, their wife and their children are here, I lock their shop. You can't expect them to quickly go to Nigeria, immediately lock their shop, right? They are still living here in this country, Ghana. How would they survive? So that's why I keep pleading for the government and the Ghana Trade Union to look into this matter and tamper justice with mercy. The other way around, the same people, the same Nigerians are adding more value to the economy of Ghana because most of us that are married, our children are schooling here. From kindergarten to primary to secondary and to university. These things are also adding money to the value of wealth already in Ghana. As we are here, we're also talking good about Ghana back home. And people are also coming in from Nigeria to Ghana to come and live in Ghana because of the testimonies we are giving about Ghana. Just look at the concluded Yam Festival. 520 people came from Nigeria. And some came from America, some came from Israel, some came from other parts of the world. They all lodged in a hotel. And hiring cars and Uber is involved. They all do shopping in Ghana. And most of them that came from Nigeria flew African World Airline. That is the Ghanaian home base airline. And those that come by road and the whole lot. So at the level of tourism, they have also added money. Many of them went to Almina Castle to see Almina Castle. They also pay money to go there. They buy petrol to that way, hiring cars and all that. So the same traders, as we live here, we promote the goodness of Ghana to Nigeria and attract people in. So I am not saying that Nigerians are right fighting over Ghanaians to open their shops for them. But I'm pleading that they should tamper justice with mercy. Every country, a sovereign nation, they have their own rules and regulations, bylaws, and constitution that rules the land. So based on the laws of this land, Ghana, that prohibits foreigners not to trade, we cannot persuade them, no. Rather, I, as a king of my people, I am pleading for government to tamper justice with mercy and Ghana Trade Union to see us as one of them and allow us to please trade with them.
On that note, I want to say thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
For speaking to us and for sharing a lot of insights about your people, your story, your history with the people of Ghana. We're grateful.
You're welcome.
So that is how we wrap up the show. It's been a very insightful one. We are very happy you could do this with us. You spent time with us. I'm sure you learned a thing or two. And now you know more about the Igbo people. If you meet them out there, you'll be able to interact and understand them better.
We've been speaking to His Royal Majesty, Dr. Eze Chikudu Iheletu, and he is the Diasporan King of the Igbo community here in Ghana. We'll see you next time. Stay safe. My name is Mahogany.
Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We have another wonderful episode to you today with someone from Toronto, Canada, who's a literacy specialist. It's my hope that we get her to move to Ghana or one of these African countries and bring her talents and skills with her, because we will need that on the continent as we double in population size as the youngest continent in the world. Let's dive into this interview with Kamisha Cox. Welcome back, my good people here on Diaspora Link. As I mentioned to you in the beginning, we are here with our guest, Kamisha Cox. And as we do with every episode, we are going to get to know Kamisha with our game choices. Kamisha, thank you for being here again.
Thank you for having me.
So we're going to play choices. Choices is really simple. I'm going to give you two choices. You have to choose one. Okay. You'll choose one and tell me why. Please don't be difficult like some of our other guests where they just absolutely refuse to choose one.
All righty.
Okay? All right. Now, I know that you are born of Jamaican parents, but living in Toronto. And you've been in Ghana for some time now, right?
Yes.
So what I'm going to ask you is to choose between Jamaica and Ghana. Which one and why?
Jamaica.
Okay. The answer might be obvious.
Well, it's just, I guess I haven't been here long enough, I feel, to kind of make a fair comparison.
Okay.
So, you know, Jamaica, beautiful beaches, the people, I mean, the people are kind. There are a lot of actually similarities between the two places.
Okay, excellent.
Right? So I would say that there are a lot of similarities, but the food, you know what I mean? It's the food I grew up eating, and I kind of miss it. There are some things that you can get here, like, you know, we call it plantain. Here they call it plantain, but I mean, it tastes the same.
It's the same thing. Same thing.
So if I have to make a choice,
Jamaica.
I'm going to choose Jamaica.
Okay, no problem. Let's try this. Toronto versus Jamaica.
Toronto. Oh, that's it's hard. That's hard. I mean, there are pros and cons.
Choose one. They're still going to let you back in either place when you go, but the whole point of this is just to have you make a choice. So let's choose one.
Toronto?
Toronto. Why Toronto?
I mean, I guess that's where most of my family is now.
Okay.
Right?
So for family.
Yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay.
But then I would say Jamaica because of the
the
weather and the freedom.
Okay, got you. All right, how about this one? You've been in Ghana for a little while, so you've had some of the food here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jollof rice.
Yes.
Versus rice and peas.
They're so different. I would say, okay, jeez.
See, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when we like to stub our guests a little bit, and they all.
But you also asked that one of the communities, Adanse Kotokata, through the effort of some NGOs, have been able to buy their own transformers and connected the whole community already, but they are left with meters. I've already written letters to the ministry in that regard. I wanted to find out from the minister if there are meters available to help these communities connect electricity to the various households in Kotokata. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not aware of this particular issue with the meters, so I'll crave the indulgence of the Honorable Member to double your efforts at the Ministry and with ECG to see if you can get the meters. I cannot, standing here, give you any specific answer to do with this particular request for meters. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. We move to question 434. Question 434. And the question stands in the name of a member for Wa East. Wa East. Honorable Godfred Seidu. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy when the extension of electricity to the following communities in the Wa East District would be completed. 1. Chasia. 2. Papalamuni. 3. Guono. 4. Kakanipu. 5. Qatar. 6. Banungoma. And 7. Dopare. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities namely Chasia, Wonuo, Kakalipo, these communities form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shep 4 rural electrification project. A total of 217 high voltage poles required for Chasia, Wonuo, and Kakalipo have been supplied, planted, and strung with conductors. Most of the required pole top accessories have been supplied to site. 480 out of 730 low voltage poles required for the communities have also been supplied and planted in the 3 communities. Stringing with conductors is ongoing. The remaining communities, namely Papalamuni, Qatar, Bonungua, and Dupari, do not form part of the Ministry of Energy's projects. However, engineering survey have been carried out in the 4 communities in the Wa East District of the Upper West region as part of the Ministry's last mile electrification survey for consideration for connection to the national grid. The Ministry is in the process of releasing the outstanding materials, that is 250 low voltage poles, transformers, pole top accessories, and the rest to the contractors. It is expected that the works will be completed by the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, let me finish with him so that I come back to you.
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to seek information from you for Honorable Speaker to just lay the letter for the Minister for Environment so that you can proceed.
Very well.
Thank you very much. No, this way. This way.
I'm being helping my good friend. Bawa and Sule, sit down, sit down. He's laying it. conventionally, if you are laying such documents, you give leadership copies. And the Honorable Mutaka knows this very well. I'm surprised he's picking and choosing. Give me copies.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, there is no convention in this house that when I'm laying a paper, I give copies to leadership. No. You have to lay a document. It is for table office to make copies available to those people who need to have them. So your convention should not work. Maybe it will work in Saom.
Very well. Honorable Godfrey, you may ask your supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for the responses. I just have one follow-up on the second paragraph of your response. On the last mile electrification project, what is the fate of the other communities in the districts that have been connected yet? Are they captured in this last mile survey that you've commissioned? Did you hear me?
Honorable, repeat the question, please.
Mr. Speaker, I can repeat. Should I repeat for you? Okay. So I just wanted some clarification on the last mile electrification survey. Leader. What?
Honorable, you got the question. You didn't. So that's why I've asked him to repeat the question.
Honorable, are you asking me for clarification of what I mean by last mile electrification? Okay, Honorable Minister, may I finish? You get it. So you see that some of the communities, 3 of them, you say they are currently not on any of the ministry's ongoing projects, but they've been captured under the last mile electrification survey project. My question is, other similar communities that are not on your database, is it the case that they are all captured on the last mile survey project? Thank you.
Thank you, yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the situation at the ministry is if an honorable member, opinion leader, or DCMC were to write into the ministry requesting us to connect a particular community to the national grid, we take note and actually do send engineers there to do the survey. So that is what it is. So if you don't prompt us, it is sometimes very difficult. Other times, on our own initiative, we do surveys for some communities. But if you do have some communities that are not mentioned here, I will advise that you for us to do the necessary.
Yes, Honorable Seydou, are you finished?
I don't have any further supplementary.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 958. Question 958. The question stands the member for Upper Denchira West. Honorable Daniel Ohene Dako. Honorable Daniel Ohene Dako. Very well. We skip that question. We move to question 1247. We move to question 1247. I'll come back. Question 1247. Honorable member for Awurin, Honorable Oscar Ufulilabi. Can we hear you?
I would like to stand in for the honorable member. He's not here at the moment.
Very well. Let's hear you.
Seeking your permission, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, is to ask the Minister for Energy when the foreign communities in our wind constituency will be connected to the national grid. We hear Magen, Sulikrum, Danara Yao Inu, Amensia Musan Kwanta, Biposo, Sergeant Krom, Aite Krom, Brenenya, and Bonfan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Mahogany, Sule Krom, Danara Yawenu, Amansia, Musa Kwanta, Biposo, Sergeant Krom, Aite Krom, Brenonia, and Bumfano do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing projects. However, engineering surveys have been carried out at Sule Krom and Sergeant Krom communities as part of the ministry's last mile electrification survey for consideration for connection to the national grid. Thank you.
Were you asked to also ask a supplementary question?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have one supplementary.
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister, Sule Krom and Sergeant Krom have been captured in its recent survey. So I'm asking, when the following communities will also be captured? Mahogany, Danara, Amensia, Musa Biposo, Aite Krom, Brenonia, and Bonfan, when will they be captured in your next survey? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now that these communities have been brought to our attention, the ministry will do what we have to do by capturing them for future electrification projects, to be included in future electrification projects.
Very well. We move to question 1433. 1433. We come to Salaga South. Honorable Zuwila Mohammed Ibrahima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy what the ministry is doing to solve the erratic power supply, both in terms of regularity and voltage in the East Gonja municipality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 20 MVA automatic voltage regulator has been installed at Bimbila. It was installed in June 2022 to improve the voltages. This has improved significantly the quality of power supply to East Gonja and in particular Salaga and its environment. The installation of the AVR has also resulted in the improvement of supply voltages to Nkwanta North and in particular Pasa and its environs. In addition, a comprehensive vegetation control and line maintenance activities have been carried out on the Bimbila Salaga and Bimbila Pasa medium voltage lines. These actions have improved the quality and reliability of supply to the affected communities. Furthermore, auto reclosers will be installed on major tee-offs of the line to facilitate segregation of faults to ensure that transient faults on the tee-off do not affect the main trunk line. As part of the Government of Ghana's support to NEDCO to improve electricity supply to the affected communities, a Korean Exim Bank loan facility not exceeding $68 million with counterpart funding not exceeding $12 million from the Government of Ghana has been sourced for NEDCO under the Northern Ghana Rural Electrification Infrastructure and Access Project. As part of this project, a 34.5 kV booster and switching station will be built at Bimbila to improve quality and reliability of supply to the affected communities. Installations of capacitor banks at various sections of the line is also scheduled to be done under this project. Also, the Ministry of Energy, GRIDCO and NEDCO are having discussions to secure the necessary funding for GRICO to build a 161 34.5 kV substation at Pandai, to further improve the supply capacity, quality, and reliability to a number of communities in the Eastern Corridor, including East Gonja and in Kwanta North, in the long term. Thank you very much.
Yes. Honorable Zeula, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, I can see from his answer that in June there was the effort of installing the automatic voltage regulator. Yeah, we all received it with a lot of delight, hoping that it was going to resolve the problem for us. But it didn't, and it hasn't. The problem persists. The voltage levels in Salaga cannot be used to power a fridge, a refrigerator. You turn on a fan and it doesn't turn on. Throughout the day, the only time we have some semblance of, the only time, the only time we enjoy some semblance of stability is around midnight when everybody's gone to bed. So this situation is affecting businesses and entrepreneurs adversely within the East Gonja municipality. And so I want to hear more concretely from the Minister, what exactly is the plan to regularize the voltage system within the municipality? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I think I have given the honourable member enough reasons for her to be grateful and expectant that going forward the situation is going to improve. I mentioned the Korean Exim Bank $68 million project, which is yet to come, and the efforts that the ministry and GRICO, GRICO and NEDCO are putting together to get more substations to be put up around the Bimbila area in Pandai. So I will beg my sister, Honorable, to have patience and wait for all the improvements that are in the pipeline to be completed. And I am sure that once all these works have been done, the situation will improve. Thank you.
Your last slot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister. In his response again, he says they are sourcing some funds to set up a 34.5 kV booster around Bimbila through Pandai and hopefully to sort of improve the power situation within that corridor. My checks as the Member of Parliament for the Salaga South constituency, both at the NEDCO office in Salaga and the NEDCO headquarters in Tamale, has indicated that the way to resolve the Salaga issue is to build a plant, a distribution plant, or power generation plant, instead of routing our supply through Yendi, through Bimbila to Salaga. From this response, I think it gives indication of the same route. Is it possible for Salaga to have a dedicated source, primary source of power? Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Substation. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think what the Honourable Member is referring to is the substation that we're hoping to build at Pandai. to help improve the supply capacity, quality, and the reliability. I think that's what you are referring to. It is being considered, and we have put our heads together. I mentioned the ministry and the two of its agencies, that's BRICO and NEDCO, doing just that, what you are asking. So please, once again, I'll ask you to have patience and for the project to be completed, for us to see the improvement in the supply situation. Thank you.
Yes, from Salaga South, we move to Salaga East. Honorable Member for Salaga East, Amidu China. Honorable Member, can we hear you?
Mr. Speaker, it's Sisala East. Not
are you Sisala East?
Sisala East. Sisala East.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the Ministry will complete the ongoing work in Como and extend electricity to the following 10 remaining communities in the Sisala East: Tala, Netalo, Tamviale, Kapung, Wuru, Nahadakwi, Santejang, Gwenewisi, Katinia, and Kunsolo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the community, namely Como, or Como number 2, forms part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP 5 rural electrification project in the Sisala East District of the Upper West Region. 36 high-voltage poles required for the community have been supplied to site. Most of the required pole top materials have been supplied, and one 100 kVA 33 kV transformer installed. 100 low-voltage poles required for the project have been supplied and planted. Most of the pole top accessories required for the communities have been supplied to site, with dressing installation ongoing. The delay in the execution of the electrification project are as a result of shortage of some key materials, equipment, including poles, stay wooden blocks, 120 square millimeter conductors, amongst others. The ministry has taken delivery of some of the materials and will arrange fees of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by the end of the second quarter of 2023. However, the 10 communities, namely Tanla, Nitalu, Tamvili, Kwapon, Wuru, Nahadakwi, Santijan, Benesi, Katinia, and Kunsolo, do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification project. However, the engineering surveys have been carried out at all the 10 communities in the Sisala East District of the Upper East Region as part of the ministry's last mile electrification survey for consideration for connection to the national grid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Sisala East, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you have said in your answer that by the second quarter of next year, you would have completed the Como project, because this started along with some other projects which have been completed. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister, from your answer, you have said that the 10 remaining communities, some engineering work has been done, but these are communities that are not on contract. Can you tell me when these communities will be awarded on contract for connection?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I am not in a position to give a specific date or timeline to the honourable member as to when contracts will be signed for these communities to be connected to the national grid.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be following up with the Minister to see how fast these communities can be awarded on contracts so that electricity is extended to them. Thank you.
Very well. So we turn to question 1560. Question 1560. No, you've answered that question 1560. So we come to question 1562. Question 1562. Honorable Member for Bosome Frehon, Honorable Kwesida Akumbuaten. Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity given me to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in Bosome Frehon constituency will be connected to the national grid. I, Mensa Krom, 2, Mamiama, 3, Asaman From, and the 4th town is Yabunu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Mensa Krom, Mamiama, Asaman From, and Yabunu communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of electrification programs. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please, there were about 3 communities, Besiase, Ashiaso, and Simdadieso. They were connected to the grid prior to 2020 election. To date, there's no transformer at that place. I've been to the ministry several times still, and those communities that were connected, they don't also have any meter there. I'm kindly asking the minister when they will get a transformer so that they can also enjoy electricity in the communities. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, these communities that the Honorable Member referred to are not actually part of the questions that's being asked today. So I will advise my honorable friend to contact the ministry and then do the follow-up. I will be more than happy to assist you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No more.
So we come back to question 958. Who is holding the power of attorney for Honorable Member for Upper Danjira West?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the leave of the member for Upper Danjira West to ask the question on his step, please.
So you may ask the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Minister for Energy the source of funding and the mode of distribution of coal pots labeled improved cooked stove that are distributed for free by the ministry in some parts of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Improved Cook Stoves Distribution Project is a collaboration between the Ministry and the Climate Change Center, CCC, of South Korea, which builds on the various household energy programs in the country. The project selected the high-performing biomass-based improved Kenya Jiko stove on the Ghanaian market, popularly called Japa, which is being promoted through a stove for carbon distribution scheme under the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change, UNFCCC. The project covers production and distribution of 500,000 units of Japa stoves in all the 16 regions of Ghana. The project is funded by Korea East-West Power Corporation at the cost of $5,500,000 through Carbon for Stove Clean Development Mechanism, CDM arrangements. The project intermediary is the Climate Change Center of South Korea, who are responsible for the project registration with the UNFCCC and reporting. The amount is applied as follows. Stove production budget is $4 million that's directly contracted to Green ENS/DS&S. It's a Ghanaian company. And the stove distribution budget of $1.5 million is contracted to the Ministry of Energy. Mode of distribution. The Ministry of Energy has set up the Project Implementation Unit to manage the implementation of the Ghana Improved Cook Stove Distribution Projects, as GICDP. The PIU is responsible for all activities under the distribution component. The PIU has a staff strength of 27 people responsible for the distribution of the improved cook stoves across the country. The GICDP is a clean development mechanism project under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the distribution covers the 16 regions of Ghana, and the beneficiary communities were selected based on the following procedure. All 16 regions and 217 district/municipal assemblies were selected to benefit from the project. The allocation of stoves to the district municipalities were based on charcoal consumption data from the Ghana Statistical Service. These districts and beneficiary communities were registered under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and that this was a fundamental requirement to attract carbon finance for the project. The registered district communities are referred to as Component Project Activity, the CPA. The distribution process is as follows. The Ministry of Energy is responsible for the distribution of the stoves through the Project Implementation Unit. The Ministry audits and approves stoves produced by the local manufacturers for distribution. Letters are sent to the DCE, MCE, and MPs prior to the distribution of the stoves. The PIU works with the approved CPAs in collaboration with the DCEs, MCEs, and the MPs to distribute stoves for households in the beneficiary communities. The ministry collects biodata, contact numbers and addresses, including GPS addresses, pictures of recipients of the stoves as a requirement for carbon credits under the project. Thank you, Mr. Suchi.
Very well. Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the Minister, what is the source of fuel for this stove? What fuel do you use?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, biomass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the light of the fact that as a country over the years, we have tried to people from using biomass, for example, charcoal or wood fuel, because of its health problems, apart from the fact that it destroys the environment. And that's why, as a country, for over 30 years, we've been using gas as an alternative. How do you reconcile the current program with the national agenda of trying to discourage people from using biomass as a source of fuel?
Especially.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member may be aware, government is pushing hard for communities to increase the usage of gas in cooking. But alongside the encouragement of usage of gas, because of economic situations, you can't hear me. Oh, okay. Let me start again. I was saying that you may be aware that government is pushing to increase the usage of gas in the country. But because of economic situations in some parts of the country, people, citizens of this, good people of this country, are still resorting to the usage of biomass. This clean cooking or the improved stoves reduces the amount of the biomass charcoal that otherwise would have been used. So it's part of the step that we are using to ameliorate the production of CO2 in the system.
Your last.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just nationally or globally, they just finished with the COP27. Ghana took a huge contingent to COP27 with the whole idea of ensuring that emissions and other things are reduced. Instead of rather seeing how you can implement the usage of LPG as a source of fuel for our mothers and sisters and wives, you are still giving them an incentive to still rely on that. How do you reconcile the budgetary, currently as we speak, we are constrained as a country, and we were about 200 who went. I'm laying the foundation.
Yes.
About almost 200 people who left Ghana to COP27.
Honorable.
Oh, no, Mr. Speaker, I'm laying the foundation.
It's a very important point.
I'm laying the foundation.
Very strong prayer.
You had about over 200
anyway,
people.
Let me hear the chief whip.
Speaker, we are all very passionate about COP27. However, take your standing orders.
Yes.
And open to Order 69.
Yes.
Speaker, he is completely out of order. Speaker, he is completely out of order, and I invite you to rule him out.
Yes.
Last week, when we were presenting the business statement, a similar intervention was made related to COP27. It was well answered. What you were alleging was a rumor. So he has no basis to allege what he was speaking to. 69. So if you may. That's because I should read it. I hope he's listening. So 69. As soon as a question is answered in the House, any member, beginning with the member may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. But, listen, Speaker, a supplementary question must not be used to introduce a matter not included in the original question. Speaker, it answers him. Speaker, I invite you to rule him out. Rule him out. You are completely out of order.
Honorable member who is holding the attorney, please, you are last supplementary question, but be straightforward to that. You have one last supplementary question. Please, just go straight to the prayer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your protection. All I was just trying to say is that as a country, and what
Mr. Speaker, with a better respect. Mr. Speaker, with a better respect. You have made a ruling. Mr. Speaker, you have made.
Hey, sit down. Mr. Speaker has not asked me to sit down. Now I can sit.
Mr. Speaker, you have made a ruling. It is his duty to respect the ruling. If for any reason he wants to challenge your ruling,
he knows what to do.
If he doesn't know what to do, let me hereby tell him what to do. File a motion.
You should file a question or motion.
Mr. Speaker,
you should file a question or motion.
No, he knows he has to file a motion. File a motion challenging the Speaker's ruling. If he's challenging the Speaker's ruling. So don't start with where you were stopped. Go straight and ask your question. Well, we take it that you want to, enjoy the liberties of the audience. You have to do something else. So do the right thing.
Announce yourself.
The instruction that Mr. Speaker gave me was that I had the power of attorney to ask him a last question. That's all that I had.
That's all. No, I added that be straightforward to the. Yes. So just be straightforward.
He's going straight.
Straight. No bend.
Mr. Minister, in the light in the light of COP27 and the expenditure in particular in that, and the fact that we still will need to ensure that we discourage the usage of biomass, would you consider truncating or maybe ending this particular program after the money has been spent? Because I know that the source of money now is on South Korea or thereabout, and because it's free money, we are ready to sacrifice that. After the usage of the 5 million, would you be thinking of using government funds for this in the face of the fact that we spent almost, God knows how much, to fund about 300 people going to for COP27?
Honorable Minister, you may answer the question. I'm saying you may answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, I do believe, looking at the exigencies of the time, Ghanaians will use this biomass. So we are doing something to reduce the amount of biomass that is going to be used anyway. So I think it is a very good program, and until and when Ghana is able to supply enough gas to the majority of the citizens, I think it is not a bad idea to continue with this program. So I do not agree with your suggestion that we should scale back. I do not share that.
Honourable members, we are exceeding 1 hour time for questions. So I'm not passing on the supplementary question to anybody, please. So, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, on behalf of the House, we would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions for and on behalf of your Minister. We are grateful to you and you hereby discharge. We now turn to question 1323. So, Honourable Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, you may take your rightful seat. Honourable Member for Okaikwe South. Honourable Member for Okaikwe South.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I have her permission to ask the question.
But I just saw her here.
Yes, she just went out.
Anyway, let's hear you, Member for Mentionoff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development what mechanism the ministry is putting in place to address the issues of houses being constructed in waterways, which has resulted in serious flooding in many areas, especially around the Ni Amu Street in the Okaikwe South constituency.
Yes. Honourable Minister. Or I should ask him to repeat the question. Honourable Member, may you repeat the question, please?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, you realize that what has been published in the answer was a communication from the ministry to Parliament that we received the question on Friday, and therefore we could not have provided answers today. So this was a communication to Parliament, and we didn't expect it to be published as an answer to the question.
Very well. So on that note, we will have to reschedule this particular question. I I can understand this particular question came here last week, and it was to, is it the Ministry for Works and Housing, and the minister responded that it should be assigned to the appropriate ministry, which is the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. So I think there's a mishap somewhere. The table, please kindly redirect the question and link with the ministry so that we get appropriate time to respond to that particular question. So we move to question 1323. 1412. 1412. And the question stands in the name of a member for South Dai, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Atta Kwame Dafiamapo. You may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Under what circumstances was a digital solutions company contracted to collect property rates on behalf of the district assemblies across the country? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to break your indulgence and come back to the question 1323 and say that now that we have been seized with it, I'm sure next week we can provide the answer. Because you realize that the Honorable Member was asking not a general question, but you said, for example, Ni Amon Street, how can we start processing? Which therefore means that we have to get to the municipality concerned to provide the answer. So I'm sure now that we are seized with it, if it's scheduled for next week, we can answer that. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, government in paragraph 247 of the 2022 budget statement and economic policy outline a number of fiscal policy measures to be pursued, among which was the implementation of the unified common platform for property rate administration with effect from 1st January 2022, subject to review every 5 years. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 303 of the 22 budget statement and economic policy stated the following. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote: property rates have the potential to increase revenue mobilization for MMDAs and release resources for the provision of basic infrastructure as well as the needs of our localities. Property rate assessment and collection poses a challenge to most MMDAs and is fraught with inefficiencies. Government through the Ghana Revenue Authority will from January 2022 assist the MMDAs to implement a common platform for property rate administration to enhance property rate collections and its accountability. To ensure cost recovery by government in providing the infrastructure for the collection of the property rate, a sharing ratio will be agreed with the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the above, the Ministry is aware that Ghana Revenue Authority has procured the services of Digital City Solutions, to the best of our knowledge, not Digitalic Solutions Company, to develop and implement a unified common platform for property rate administration in the 261 assemblies. The question by the Honourable Member for Sabdai with respect to the circumstances under which, again, it should be Digital City Solution was contracted may therefore be directed to the Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Honourable Member for Sabdai, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I desire some clarity regarding procedure in this matter, because the content of the answer from the Honourable Minister is declining administrative jurisdiction in the matter. It says that it's the Ministry of Finance that is seized with the policy implementation. But he is aware that pursuant to sections 144 of the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, pursuant to sections 160 and 161, it is the, sorry, where is it?
Honorable, address the chair,
Thank
please.
you, Mr. Speaker. Save me from my senior tormentor. Mr. Speaker, is aware that the entities mandated in law is aware that entities mandated in law to levy rates in any district assembly or locality at the district assemblies, and he is the chief implementer of the law. Now, the other provisions also mandates the assemblies as well as the regional ministers to be the rate assessors. So I was hoping that his ministry, no, I'm seeking guidance, senior. You know, I'm not asking supplementary question. I started by saying I want to seek guidance and clarity. There is. You do that all the time. You know, I'm not seeking leave. I've asked the speaker. Mr. Speaker, where is my brother? My brother is
initially
agitated.
said he wants to see guidance. That's what I'm listening.
It's unnecessarily agitated. Why? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we enacted the law, this house, and mandated the district assemblies to levy rates. With the same law, we mandated the assemblies and the regional ministers to be the rate assessors. And so my humble opinion is that even if the government is intended to implement a program like this, his ministry should be a key stakeholder. That's the point I want to make. And so I don't think that he should be detached from the program. And so going forward, I think he should be involved so that he can address Parliament on the matters going forward. Because I'm aware, yesterday I just returned from my constituency, they are rolling out a program. It's guidance. They are rolling out a program to register all residential and non-residential properties in our various districts. And they have done the training. The officers are going out for purposes of property rates. And these are happening in the districts, assemblies. And yet he's not aware. He's only quoted to support. So I seek guidance that he should be involved. His ministry. So my question is that, is he involved?
Thank you. He's already said he's not involved. So, but Minister, Minister, do you want any comment too? Because he's raising a fundamental issue, and I think.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm ready at any time to offer the honourable member and for the matter of the House progress government has made in the policy statement as stated in the budget statement of 2022. But right, Honourable Speaker, the question from the honourable member of Parliament was to ask under what circumstances Digitality Solutions Company was contracted to collect property rates on behalf of this assembly across the country. That was the question. And I'm saying that in the budget statement, Minister of Finance announced that Ghana Revenue Authority will assist in this work. So if he is aware that the digitality, as he calls it, even though I know it's digital, Solutions Company has been contracted, they could only have been contracted by Ghana Revenue Authority, which is under Ministry of Finance. If he wants a general discussion on how
property rate administration is being done. That one, I'm ready and able to give you a full lecture on that. But that's not the question he asked.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister. The GRA has procured the services of digital city solution. Honourable Leader, kindly listen to my question. Minister, pay your attention to my question. You said that the GRA has procured the services of digital city solution to develop and implement the unified common platform. So it is clear that the company was procured by Ghana Revenue Authority, which is under Ministry of Finance. Is your ministry involved in the process of the procurement? In other words, have you been informed about the... I'm putting the two questions together. I don't want you to come and say I'm not involved. So that is why I'm adding the other part. Have you been involved? If you're not involved, have you been informed about the service of the digital city solution that will be procured? And if you are informed, can you tell us the details of that procurement, that services?
Yes, Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I've been informed, I'm aware, that the service of that company has been procured by Ghana Revenue Authority under Ministry of Finance. Yes, but that's not the question. I also asked to come and give the details of that contractual agreement.
So, you said under what circumstances? Yes, let him hear. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, reading from the Minister's answer at page 16 of the document, he did indicate that provision was made in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, we are in November 2022, less than 2 months to go. And then the local assemblies are complaining about this very initiative. Can the minister tell the House, so far, are you the minister? Because they've not started implementation, he's not telling us they've engaged digital city solutions to do these collections. Meanwhile, the assemblies are complaining, especially if you go to Bia East. The only resource available to them to do development is this IGF. And you want to see this to the central government, and the percentage is taken from them. Almost 8 months is gone. Why can't we wait till the end of the year so that we'll do a proper assessment and see if we need to carry this through or not? So would the minister just inform the House that maybe 2023, he will come back to the House and then inform us that it's good policy to implement or not?
Yeah, sure.
That's my question.
Yes, Honourable Minister, if you are minded to respond to that question, then you can do so. Else.
That's what, Mr. Speaker. I can see that honourable members are interested in knowing more about property rates, which they should. So, if the right question is asked or the right forum is created, I'll be more than ready to come and explain to members how far the policy is being implemented. But the question that was asked was about a contract. Circumstances in which the contract was contracted. And that one is run by Ghana Revenue Authority under the Ministry of Finance. So I think it should be very clear. If they want further details on property rate collection, which they should be interested, because we cannot be happy with the average of 20.8% of property rates as of the internally generated fund throughout the country. And it's something that's why government brought up these very laudable measures to make sure that we improve upon the revenue collection, especially with the property rate. And when the appropriate time is given for people to get a full explanation of what is being done, they will get to know that under this government, we are pursuing a policy that will increase substantially the internally generated fund for the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Member, what? Honorable Member, let's hear you. Let's hear you. But be straightforward.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister. Mr. Minister, don't you think that by this arrangement,
That's opinion. It's opinion.
Leader, please just allow. Don't you think?
This intimidation will not help you, leader.
You're supposed to help the people and help Mr. Speaker rule the House.
Please address the chair. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, my question is that by this arrangement, where GRA and Ministry of Finance is now involved in the collection of property rates at the district level, will lead to usurpation of the rights of the district assemblies. Do you agree with me?
The question is, do you agree with him? So either yes or no. The question is,
how can a leader be heckling?
Why are leaders so afraid of a very simple question like this? My question is that by this arrangement where the Ministry of Finance and for that matter GRA now determine and collects property rates, doesn't that lead to the usurpation of the rights of the district assemblies? Thank you. The power.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think I'm repeating myself, and maybe the House can decide the appropriate time for members to be given a whole briefing, if not orientation, on what has been done in property rate collection. But, Right Honorable Speaker, this was contained in the budget statement, which was approved by Parliament. And therefore, honorable members should have addressed themselves when in paragraph 247 of the 2022 budget, the Minister of Finance talked about policy measures. And he said it, 247-2, implementation of the Unified Common Platform for Property Rate Administration with effect of January 2022, subject to review every 5 years. And then in paragraph 303, it went on to give a full detail of what was going to happen. And I'm saying that that is what is being pursued. And if members want a full brief of it, it can be given. But this question limited itself to a contractual agreement. And I'm saying that those who contracted it are Ghana Revenue Authority under Ministry of Finance. But since it has generated interest, we will find the opportunity to come and give a whole brief of the wonderful program that has been laid out for improved revenue collection under the property rate. And I'm sure members will be very much happy about it and will applaud the MPP government for such a very good initiative. Thank you, Honorable.
Very well. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, we would like to thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer the question from a member. We are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. We will take the last question, which relates to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. I understand the Deputy Minister is sitting in for the Minister. The request has already been granted. So we'll go straight to the question number 1536 from a member for South Dai once again, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiamapon. You may ask your question now.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once more. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration whether or not our foreign missions are assisting the Electoral Commission to conduct registration of Ghanaians for purposes of their participation in any forthcoming general elections in 2024. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My ministry has not received any official notification from the Electoral Commission pertaining to a planned registration of Ghanaians for the purposes of their anticipation in any forthcoming general election in 2024, in respect of which the assistance of the ministry will be required. Mr. Speaker, respectively, my answer is to the question is that the ministry is not aware of any plan by the Electoral Commission to register Ghanaians for the purposes of their participation in any forthcoming general elections in 2024, nor has its assistance been elicited for such an exercise. I would therefore advise that the question is directed to the appropriate body, which is the Electoral Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary?
The moment of the Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister for his answers. However, I see that again there's an attempt to parry the question to the constitutional body. But my question is submitted in respect of the terms of collaboration, because you are the ministry empowered to man our foreign missions, and if there will be any form of registration in pursuance of ROPA, it will be your consular offices that will be used. And so it's refreshing to hear that so far no such collaboration has been initiated. However, if the Electoral Commission is minded to undertake any such registration and needs your collaboration, are you able to assist, and you have the capacity?
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once Ghanaian missions abroad at Ghanaian territories, if an Electoral Commission decides to register Ghanaians abroad through our missions, there's a procedure that the ministry, in its capacity, to collaborate with the Electoral Commission to be able to do that. But as I said, we have not been told, and we haven't gotten any notification from the Electoral Commission for such purpose. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Honourable Minister, from your last response, if you are capable of helping, how many missions and consular offices do we have that can assist in this.
Honorable member, I wouldn't admit this question.
How many missions and consular offices?
Honorable member, I wouldn't admit this question. You may take another.
Mr. Speaker, I will amend. I'll reframe.
Yes.
Now, Honorable Minister, do you have the capacity to register all Ghanaians found in every country in the world? You have indicated to the House. You have indicated to the House that you have the capacity to collaborate with the Electoral Commission if they so.
Honorable member, Ministry for Foreign Affairs does not register members for election purpose. So the answer was, the word was collaboration.
Yes.
So they will do collaboration.
Mr. Speaker.
So if you ask them,
Mr. Speaker, so that is my question. That for purposes of registration, are they able to collaborate with the Electoral Commission to register all Ghanaians resident everywhere on planet Earth?
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I think my colleague should be minded of Order 62. First of all, I'll premise my intervention starting from Order 62. Yes. And then again, he should read the minister's answers. The answer was clear. It is in their mandate, first of all, and he had advised you that you should redirect your question. So it is not in their mandate to answer that question. So, Speaker, I think that I see my colleague trying to solicit views and apparently opinion of the minister, because matters related to registration of voters or prospective voters clearly doesn't fall under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm privileged to have chaired the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Committee of Foreign Affairs. So if for nothing, he should give me that benefit of the doubt. My colleague, Speaker, he should just stay clear. Stay clear of matters on registration. It doesn't come under the purview of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has misfired, unfortunately.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my respected leader, I have not misfired. The question was duly admitted by the speakership and remitted appropriately, and as a result of that, response has come. However, as part of that response, there is some response in respect of the material nature of the question, and there is some request that the question be directed to the Electoral Commission. Conventions are that electoral commissions are not taking on the floor, they are taking at the committee of the whole. But the question is in respect of collaboration. I am not saying that it is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that will conduct the registration. I asked the question in respect of the collaboration using our.
Honorable member, let's hear you. Let's hear you with the question, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question simply is this: having demonstrated ability with the Electoral Commission capably, are they able to do so for all Ghanaians resident everywhere on earth? Thank you.
Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to appeal that the question asked to me and my understanding is different, totally different from what is on the paper. So I want to appeal to the honorable colleague that you should file a substantive question so that in terms of collaboration.
Well. So, Honorable Defema, we may take your last supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Let me ask from the ministry whether they have any intentions of assisting the Electoral Commission to set up a facility or facilities at their consular offices for purposes of registering Ghanaians, whether going forward.
Mr. Speaker, as has been said from the beginning, issues of elections, issues of registrations are not within the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So as to whether we have the intention to cooperate with the Electoral Commission or not, once it is not within our jurisdiction, we cannot say that we are prepared to cooperate with the Electoral Commission. It is not. So please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, but before I ask the Minister, the Honourable Chief Whip says something that I think we should not allow to remain in the hands or the records. It says that elections are issued up border on Electoral Commission, that Ministry of Foreign Affairs doesn't come in when it comes to registration or election matters. I think that he is right. But where the reason why I come in is that if the registration is being done here in the country, Ministry of Foreign Affairs will not come in at all. But where the registration involves Ghanaians living outside Ghana, it is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that know where we have our missions. They know where Ghanaians are living on this earth. So, Electoral Commission cannot just move and go to Togo, go to Nigeria, to go and do registration without involvement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That is why registration for ROPA, definitely the Electoral Commission will need the services of the Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Because sometimes it will surprise you to know that YC might not even know the number of missions that we have. But if they consult the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they will know the number of missions and consulates that we have. So for this one, the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is important. Now, let me ask my question now. Is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs capable, your mission, in case the Electoral Commission contacts the ministry to assist the Electoral Commission in the registration? Is your ministry capable of helping Electoral Commission to do the registration?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have branches all over. In the event that Electoral Commission will want to register people abroad, we can provide space. But for the issues that has to do with registration, the capturing, they are the preserve of the Electoral Commission. But for the space, we can provide space through their negotiation with us. Once they are considered Ghanaian territory, we can assist by providing spaces and collaborate with them to be able to register. And they will take charge of everything. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions on behalf of your minister. You are hereby discharged. Yes, leader. Any indication?
Speaker, definitely yes. Earlier, Speaker had admitted.
You can't go this way. Hey, hey.
Mr. Speaker,
the Speaker had admitted. The Speaker had admitted statement. One statement that stands with the name of Dr. Mahogany.
I don't have any statement.
Speaker, we gave a copy to the Speaker.
I don't have it.
We have a copy.
I don't have it.
Speaker, we gave copies to the Speaker.
I don't have it. There's no.
We have copies here.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what have been so good to us? The honourable member has crossed carpet. So now we have 137. No. Question.
Speaker, we witnessed. Speaker, we witnessed. Speaker, I want to appeal for calm and say that we just witnessed what happened. The Honorable Mboba, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, recently crossed to the other side. I am not pretending I didn't see it. I saw it. Therefore, Speaker, the law is.
Honorable member, you are elaborating it for the record to capture that he has crossed carpet. I mean,
the law is clear. I'm, however, apologizing on his behalf.
Honorable members, please take your seat, please.
Speaker, we will appeal for us to sit beyond the stipulated time. However, as I indicated earlier, there was a statement admitted which stands in the name of the Honorable Dr. Mafo. It was admitted in the morning and he's scheduled to read that statement. So, Speaker, if you may allow Dr. Mafo to present his statement.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip, please.
Honorable Leader, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, the issue about the Honorable Deputy Minister, who I think that it's not intentional, cross the carpet. Oh, he came here. In fact, once you pass the middle line, you cross the carpet. That's the rule. The mace is here. You came in front of the mace, you passed to this side. He did not bow, please. Why do you behave this way? Everybody is watching, the whole country is watching. You alone says that he bowed. No, stop that. Obi, you are So, Mr. Speaker, I am not saying that what happened, we should take any action against our colleague. I said he didn't do it intentionally. So, he crossed carpet. He crossed from the other end to this end. We will not, if the honorable member should just say that he's sorry, it's something that he, please. We'll just accept it, and that will end it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's getting to 4 p.m. The day has been spent. We are all tired. So if we adjourn to tomorrow, it will help us. So we should be in your hand now because it passed 2 p.m. So we should adjourn.
Speaker, I think I'm in support of what my colleague said. We've had enough for the day, and hence it's past 2 o'clock. So, Speaker, I think we are in your house. We are clearly in your house, in your hands.
Yes, honorable members, it's about almost 4 o'clock, and I'll proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, Wednesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, I thank you very much for your cooperation, and the House stands adjourned.